Okay, we're live.
Good evening, and welcome to the February 2026 meeting of the District of Columbia Public Charter School Board. Happy 100th anniversary of Black History Month. It feels as though winter's been doing its thing with our board meetings. Last month, we convened during a snowstorm, and this evening we're meeting virtually once again. While the season may disrupt our routines, it doesn't disrupt our commitment. Just as our schools continue teaching and learning through shifting conditions, this board continues its work on behalf of students across the district. That steadiness matters for our schools and, most importantly, the students and the families we serve. As vice chair, I'll be presiding over tonight's meeting. I want to welcome my fellow board members, Treasurer Carissa Stanley Beatty, Secretary Shakura Adamafanian, Michelle Yan, Maura Marino, Leah Cruzy, who is not physically present with us, but has given me a proxy, and Tony Williams. Thank you for your leadership and for the seriousness you bring to this work on behalf of students and families across the district. This month's theme is Beyond the Report, How Evaluation Shape School Success. Our slogan captures it well. From a concept to practice, excellence isn't seasonal, it's structural. As a public charter authorizer, our core responsibility is oversight. But oversight is not about paperwork or performance ratings in isolation. It's about the charter, the contract between this board and each school's governing board. That contract reflects a promise: school autonomy in exchange for accountability, innovation in exchange for results. Our evaluations are how we honor that promise. Our evaluations are a structured, transparent way to ensure that every school has the academic strength, the financial health, and the operational stability necessary to help every student thrive. They allow us to identify where schools are excelling, where they need support or intervention, and how we as an authorizer hold the line on quality. This is our second monthly meeting focused on evaluating school quality as part of our oversight function. We're moving beyond simply issuing reports to examining how our evaluations shape practice, drive improvement, and ultimately influence student outcomes. Excellence cannot depend on a single strong year or a single strong leader. It must be embedded in systems. That's the work before us. With that, I'd now like to turn it over to our Executive Director, Dr. Michelle Walker-Davis, for her remarks.
Thank you, Vice Chairman Sandman. Good evening, members of the board. I want to take a moment to acknowledge our school leaders and communities across the district. It is performance oversight season, and it is always intensive. This year carries an added layer of urgency, as investments in public charter schools could decline at a time when stability matters most. On Wednesday, I will share with the DC Council why this is not a moment to lessen funding for our public charter schools, and why sustained investment is essential for the students and families we serve. At the same time, school leaders have been navigating snow days and freezing temperatures, reworking instructional plans, adjusting calendars, clearing snow, sometimes for property that does not even belong to the school, to ensure safe passage for students and families, and doing whatever it takes to keep learning moving forward despite disruptions. And all of this is happening while schools are preparing submissions, responding to evaluations, and engaging deeply in conversations about performance and progress. That is no small lift. Oversight requires transparency and reflection, but it also requires partnership. I want our leaders to know that we recognize both the weight of this moment and the professionalism with which they are carrying it. Earlier this month, an article was released about KIPP DC, a school currently under review and scheduled to appear on next month's board agenda. The article focused on KIPP DC's history and proficiency. It concluded with a powerful and important question. Quote, "At some point, the question stops being what happened and starts being what is anyone going to do about it?" That concluding question goes to the core of our responsibility. Our work as an authorizer is to answer that question, not with rhetoric, but with intentional purpose and oversight. Our every 5-year evaluations are the critical vehicle for action. They look beyond the headlines and dig into evidence of an LEA's success or lack thereof. They help us see clearly who is thriving, who needs more, and how we can close those gaps together. This month's theme moves us to go beyond the report, to move from concept to practice. Excellence isn't seasonal, it's structural, as Vice Chair Stanman stated. It must be embedded in our governance, leadership, instruction, and outcomes for all students. As Black History Month comes to a close, I am reminded that the pursuit of educational excellence for Black students, indeed all of our students, has always required courage, accountability, and sustained investment. Our charge is to ensure that opportunity is not episodic, but enduring, and that our systems are worthy of the brilliance of the students we serve. These are not just words, they are our call to action. They are our essential responsibility. Thank you to our school leaders, our board, and our broader community for continuing to engage in this work with integrity and with an unwavering commitment to students. Thank you, Vice Chair Samuel.
Thank you, Dr. Walker Davis. At the beginning of each of our meetings, the DC Public Charter School Board hears public testimony related to items on the agenda and listens to testimony for topics not related to any agenda items. Each speaker will have 2 minutes to speak. If you need to make a few additional points, please email your testimony for us to read to public.comment@dcpcsb.org. Public officials who sign up to testify will be allowed to speak for up to 5 minutes. The hand-raising feature has been disabled. As a reminder, all written public comment is available to the public on our website. If you would like to register to provide live testimony or submit a written comment to the board, you can find all testimony registration and submission information on our website under the Public Comment tab at dcpcsb.org. You can also submit your comments to public.comment@dcpcsb.org or call our public comment line to leave a voicemail testimony at 202-328-2660 and select option 2. As we move through each speaker, Jonah, our Zoom host for the evening, will promote each speaker from the attendee pool and unmute the individual speaking. We'll hear from 6 individuals who've signed up to speak this evening. I'd first like to invite to testify before the board, Gwendolyn Greer. You have 2 minutes to speak. Welcome.
Let me give one more chance here. I'm going to try to grab her again. 1 second. Let's try the next person, Chairman Semen, and then we'll see if Ashley comes up.
Next is Andrea Diaz.
Buenas noches. Un segundito. Buenas noches, miembros de la Junta. Mi nombre es Andrea Díaz y soy la orgullosa madre de Kenaider, un estudiante de Kinder en Rocket Chick Infinity Community. Nuestro camino con Rocket Chick comenzó en Rocket Chick Rise Academy, donde Kenaider asistió a Pre-K 4 y mi hija mayor cursó el 5º grado. Este año nos trasladamos a Rocket Chick Infinity Community, porque me queda más cerca de mi trabajo, pero decidimos quedarnos dentro de Rocket Chic por la experiencia tan positiva que que ha tenido nuestra familia. Antes de Rocket Chic, mi hijo tuvo muchas dificultades en escuelas anteriores. Un día llegó con su ropa interior sucia. Como madre, eso me rompió el corazón. Cuando tu hijo no está bien, tú tampoco estás bien. Supe que algo tenía que cambiar, pero por casualidad me encontré el señor Gary, un reclutador de Rocket Chic, en el vecindario, y él me habló en un campus de Rocket Chic, cerca de mi hogar. Decidí inscribir a mis dos hijos. Cuando busco una escuela, busco seguridad, comodidad y un sentido de pertenencia. Necesito saber que los maestros están atentos a las necesidades de mis hijos y verdaderamente involucrados en sus vidas. Desde el principio, Rocket Chic ha sido completamente diferente a nuestras experiencias anteriores. Como familia, nos hemos sentido bienvenidos, valorados y parte de la comunidad real. Nos hemos sentido apoyados en todo momento, especialmente en los más difíciles. Académicamente, mis hijos han crecido muchísimo. Rocket Chic impulsa a los estudiantes a superarse. Recuerdo que mi hijo menor estaba en pre-K en Rocket Chic Rise Academy y la maestra envió una tarea a la casa con problemas de suma. Yo estaba muy estresada. Solo tenía 4 años. Pensé que sería demasiado. Había visto algo que yo no. Dame un segundo, hijo. Luis,
Gracias, señor.
la maestra había visto algo. Ay, la
Gracias.
perdí. Okay.
We'll next hear from Candace Napper.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hello, my name is Candy Snapper. I am the founder and executive director of EYL 365 Project, and EYL stands for Enjoy Your Life. We are a grassroots art-based organization in DMV area. Through creative arts programming, mental wellness support, and career readiness opportunities we provide. We've been a program provider for the past 10 years in the DMV area and been in partnership with Rocket Ship for the past 2.5 years with 3 of the campuses, Rocket Ship Infinity, Rocket Ship Legacy Prep, as well as Rocket Ship Rise. I would like to share my perspective on what Rocket Ship schools offer our community. Well, what stands out most for me is that Rocket Ship is a school community that truly leads with community first. I've seen that firsthand through the way they show up for our families and through the spirit of their events. One of the most meaningful parts of this work has been their culminating events, where students and families come together to celebrate progress and creativity. Parent engagement at Rocket Ship is strong, and that is largely because of the consistent support and collaboration from Rocket Ship school leaders and the community. Rocket Ship is dynamic, student-centered, and mission-driven. I have generally enjoyed being part of the Rocket Ship community because their mission aligns with ours. Community comes first. I ask that you wholeheartedly allow Rocket Ship schools to continue serving our students and families in Washington, D.C. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Napper. Next, we'll hear from Terria Powell.
Good evening. I'm Terria Powell. I'm the Events and Programs Manager for 11th Street Bridge Park, which is a project under the nonprofit Building Bridges Across the River. Many of you may know as the managing partner of the ARC on Mississippi Avenue in Southeast. We are building the district's first elevated bridge park that will have a touch point in Anacostia Park and end in Navy Yard. It will be a place to foster community, health, and equity by creating green spaces and recreation and having environmental education. But prior to serving in this role, I worked at Appletree Early Learning Public Charter School and spent a good part of that 9 years there as their family and community engagement coordinator. I was fortunate enough to be a part of that team that opened up Rocket Ship Rise, enrolled the first preschool students, and am proud to see that Rocket Ship has been going strong these past 10 years here in the community. We host, in my current position, we host an event called the Ward 8 Winter Wonderland, excuse me, that serves the PS 702 community, which is the Woodland community. And this event was started by the PS 702 committee, as well as the Metropolitan Police Department that was there. The event was often hosted outside, and one day weather just decided it was not going to happen. And Rocket Ship Rise was kind enough to open up its doors to over 600 families, helping us share holiday cheer with not just the Rocket Ship Rise community, but the greater PS 702 community as a whole, and has been going strong and opening their doors and allowing us to take over their gym for 3+ days since then. And so, I appreciated Rocket Ship Rise when I was in Appletree as family engagement, as a great school to be able to recommend families to, and appreciate it even more as I operate in this arena of community resource and community opportunity. I believe that Rocket Ship has and always has been an excellent choice. Gone are the days where we just matriculate to the public school that is in your jurisdiction. Now families have school choice, and that is important. All families aren't the same. All schools can't meet all families' needs. And having a high-quality school and like Rocket Ship provides good, excellent school choice. Because what is choice if it's not great choices? They have continued to keep that same commitment to the community, as I shared, opening their doors each and every year to us. And as well as it's very amazing how they were able to stabilize and pull through post-COVID. That was very hard, for everyone, parents at home trying to homeschool, but more importantly, teachers rebuilding trust within the community, settling fears and traumas that have come from COVID, and then addressing some of those learning losses. And I can't think of a better example of how that was done than at Rocket Ship Rise. And so I thank you for your time. And I wholeheartedly ask that you allow Rocket Ship Schools to continue to serve our students, our families, and our communities in the district. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pell, for joining us tonight and for your comments. We'll next hear from Lael Claude.
Good evening. My name is Anise Claude. I am actually the proud parent of Lael Claude, who is a 3rd grade student at Rocket Ship Rise Academy. And my family with Lael has been a part of the Rocket Ship community for a year. And kindergarten. And it's really truly been a great experience. We actually are looking, if possible, to place our rising kindergartner there as well. And so we chose Rocket Ship after receiving strong recommendations from members of our community, and that includes Lael's preschool teacher. We also had conversations with staff from other local schools, and those discussions actually reinforced our first impressions of Rocket Ship, being that it had a strong reputation, a dedicated staff, and a clear commitment to their students and community families as well. And so from the beginning, we felt that Rocket Ship was a place where our son could thrive, and we were correct about that, fortunately. As we began searching for a school, we were looking for academics, but more as well. Really a community and a sense of pride for our son, as well as for our entire family. And I can proudly say that we have found exactly that. The teachers and staff have been consistently welcoming and collaborative with us. There's been a true partnership approach to learning, and we are very grateful and proud to mention that we find that we're not treated as spectators in our child's education, but as true partners in his learning. And that's exactly what we have been hoping and searching for. While attending Rocket Ship academically, Lael has grown tremendously and has met and in many areas surpassed even expectations in many areas, including social emotional learning, English language arts, and humanities, as well as math. We've seen him build confidence in his abilities and take ownership of his learning, which is not accidental growth, but reflects the intentional teaching and high expectations paired with his support. I really could go on and on about Rocket Ship, but I ask that you consider the real and lasting impact that Rocket Ship has had on students and families like mine. It's more than a school, it's a community, a family even, that helps to shape the next generation of leaders, thinkers, and compassionate citizens. Thank you for the opportunity to share our experience and for your consideration in allowing Rocket Ship to continue serving DC families. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you for joining us, Ms. Claude, and for your testimony tonight. I believe that concludes our public comment.
Chairman Salmon, we have two more folks. I was able to find one. The first individual is a call-in, but there's also one more on the list. I think there's, let me find the name here for you. Nana Hanson Hall.
Thank you. Ms. Hanson Hall, please proceed.
Good evening, Chair.
Welcome.
Yes, thank you so much, Chairperson and members of the board. My name is Nana Opnam Hanson Hall. I am also a proud Rocket Ship DC parent, as you've heard from quite a few already. Over the last 8 years, I've had 2 children attend 2 Rocket Ship campuses, and our family's journey with Rocket Ship has been both meaningful and transformative. My son Miles was in one of the earliest cohorts of Rocketeers at Rocket Ship Rise Academy. Watching him grow alongside the school was incredibly special. Rise set a strong foundation for him academically and personally. He was challenged, supported, and truly known by his teachers and the school leaders. The high expectations, combined with consistent care, helped shape him into the confident leader he is today, just about ready to go to high school. My daughter Willa is currently a 5th grader at Rocket Ship Infinity Community Prep, where she has attended since 3rd grade after transferring from Rise. Even with the transition between campuses, we have experienced a clear line of consistency in the academic program, the culture, and the expectations. That continuity matters. It speaks to Rocket Ship DC's ability to scale while maintaining quality and coherence across the campuses. Academically, both of my children have been supported and challenged. Their teachers have consistently pushed them to think critically, persevere, and take ownership of their learning. At the same time, they have received the individualized support they needed to grow each year. I have seen firsthand how Rocket Ship's model meets students exactly where they are while holding them to high standards. I've also seen Rocket Ship go through difficult moments. Like any organization serving families and children, there have been challenges. But what has stood out to me is Rocket Ship DC's willingness to listen, reflect, and then improve. I'm confident in Rocket Ship's ability to continue supporting the students of Washington, D.C., because I have seen its resilience and commitment up close. One of the most impactful aspects of our experience has been Rocket Ship DC's focus on community. It's not just a school where you drop your child off. Families are partners. As a parent board member, I've had the opportunity to also help support decision-making in service of students and family. I have felt heard and that my perspective matters there as well. This has truly been authentic partnership between school leadership and families. Rocket Ship has created a space where students are known, families are valued, and community is centered. My family's experience across 2 campuses over all these years gives me confidence that Rocket Ship will continue to serve DC students with excellence, consistency, and heart. Thank you for allowing me to share my experience.
Thank you for joining us, Ms. Hanson-Hall, and for your comments. Is Ms. Gwendolyn Greer available by phone? Welcome, Ms. Greer. You're on mute.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Gwendolyn Greer. I'm a proud DC resident. I grew up here. I attended DC public schools, and today I'm here as a grandparent. My granddaughter Madison is in her third year at Rocket Ship Legacy Prep. I also serve as a member of the school's Parent Advisory Council. I regularly attend meetings where I share my voice with school leaders and other families about the importance of parent advocacy and being active voices in our community. What I value most is that Rocket Ship doesn't just invite families in for events, they invite us into the decision making. They listen, they respond, they create a culture where families understand that they are partners in their child's education, not bystanders. The kind of encouragement strengthens not just the school, but the entire community. Before Rocket Ship, Madison attended a private school, Ideal, where we valued their experience, but the cost became very strenuous for our family. We began looking for options in our neighborhood. As homeowners in the area, we visited several schools close to the home that offer strong academics and true sense of family. After touring several schools and reviewing the curriculums, we knew Rocket Ship Legacy Prep would challenge Madison in ways that she needed. We were looking for structure, accountability, and strong academic support. We didn't want the school that was just about keeping children busy. We wanted a school committed to excellence. Madison is the youngest of 13 grandchildren. She needed to be seen, pushed, and nurtured. As an individual, Rocket Ship does that. When a child is excelling, they don't slow them down. The small group learning and extension work that they continue to stretch her thinking and keep her engaged. That tells me the school believes in maximizing every child's potential. The art program is phenomenal. In kindergarten alone, she's worked with clay, paint, brick, and multiple mediums. She brings what she learns home and teaches her cousins. One day, she demonstrated the density using Crisco oil and water and colors. I was shocked to see this. Well, it confounded the topic that she could explain this to us. That she tells me what she just memorized information. She understood what she was doing and she applied it. The student art showcase allowed children to present their artwork and pride that builds confidence and ownership. Socially and emotionally, the growth has been just as powerful. Her father is Nigerian, and doing the school's culture events around the world, she was able to celebrate her culture while learning with others. When you consider Rocket Ship's renewal, I ask you to consider a long-term community impact. Rocket Ship Legacy Prep is building scholars who are confident, culturally aware, academically prepared, and engaging families who know their voices matter. That kind of environment doesn't happen overnight. It takes commitment, reflection, and willingness to make a hard decision for betterment of the students. And I have seen that in the community firsthand. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to share mine.
Thank you for joining us tonight, Ms. Greer, and for your comments. Thank you to all our speakers this evening. Dr. Walker Davis, would you like to say something?
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair Salmon. I just wanted to make sure that the board knows that we will have the Spanish testimony translated for the record into English so that that will be part of our record. And whenever we are able to, we do real-time translation as well.
Thank you. Thank you to all our speakers this evening. This concludes the public comment portion of our agenda. We will now move to a public hearing. First up, we'll have a public hearing on a facility amendment request from Global Citizens Public Charter School. I'd like to ask Bijan Lane, Specialist School Performance Department, to kick off the discussion.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Bijan Lane, and I am a specialist in the School Performance Department. Tonight, the board will hear from Global Citizens Public Charter School regarding its request to amend its charter agreement. The school seeks to relocate from 4095 Minnesota Avenue Northeast to 1900 Half Street Southwest, beginning in school year 2026-27. Representatives from the school are here to answer your questions.
Thank you. Could I ask the person who's going to be taking the lead for Global Citizens to introduce the other members of the team joining us?
Yes, Vice Chair Salmon. I'm Dr. Natalie Smith, and I would like to introduce, let's see who's on right now. Mr. Sean Flora, our Chief of Staff. We have Autumn Tomlin, Associate Director of Rosewood Strategies on our facility team. We have Molly Mello, our EdOps Facility Specialist, and DR McKinney, President, Founder, CEO of Rosewood Strategies.
Welcome to all of you. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. My name is Dr. Natalie Smith. As I mentioned, I'm the founder and CEO of Global Citizens Public Charter School. First, I just want to thank the DC Public Charter School board members and staff members for this opportunity to present to you this evening. Next slide, please, Mr. Flora. Next, perfect. One thing I just wanted to ground us in was why Global Citizens exist. We launched in fall of 2021. We knew that was in the middle of the pandemic. And we're the first dual language immersion public charter elementary school in Washington, D.C. to offer language immersion in both Mandarin and Spanish pathways. We currently serve students in pre-K 3 through third grade, and will add a grade level each year until we reach pre-K 3 through fifth grade in 2027. I also wanted to briefly share that we are so grateful that we were able to secure this location. We searched for a site in Ward 7 and Ward 8 specifically for almost 4 years. Many of you know we've had lots of conversations, and some sites in Ward 8 were even further than the current site that our current location. And so as a school founded to ensure that students and families living east of the Anacostia River have equitable access to language immersion opportunities, it was important for us to make sure that our families do not have to travel over an hour to have access. And so we're really grateful that this new site is just 13 to 15 minutes driving from our current location. Next slide, please. Thank you so much. One quick thing we wanted to ground us in our student demographics, our current population. We included this slide so that you can see our conservative growth projections, along with the fact that we want to highlight that 84% of our current families live in Ward 6, 7, and 8. Next slide, please. Another important piece, we always want to make sure we know who our community, who we serve, and our current student body reflects the rich diversity of our community with the following demographic breakdown. And so we always want to just acknowledge our rich diversity. Next slide, please. All right, our current location. First, I always have to say I'm really grateful to Friendship Public Charter Schools CEO Patricia Brantley and the leadership team there for the opportunity to allow us to co-locate so that we were able to open in Ward 7 at their Friendship Collegiate Campus. We, as part of that co-location, we have a separate entrance, a dedicated wing. So highlighting that to say that we are very experienced in coordinating within shared spaces. Next slide, please. And so here is our new location, 1900 Half Street Southwest, Washington, D.C. It is a waterfront location, a former charter schools location. And so I'm going to kick it off to Autumn to just share a little bit more about the details of the facility. Next slide, please.
Yeah, so just to speak a little bit about the current facility as it exists, the facility was previously outfitted for a charter school use. That charter school moved out in 2024, and so it's been vacant since then, but the current landlord has been upkeeping the space. This was a benefit for the school because they were looking for, just given the timeline and their need for a new site, We were focused on existing school facilities. And so this site in particular is well fitted for Global Citizens' current program, but we are also expanding the space to accommodate some additional classrooms. And so the renovation project that we'll undergo will not only do a refinishing of the existing finishes in the space, but also expand the space to accommodate an additional 5 classrooms, an outdoor play area that is currently used for the residential portion of the building, as well as some lab space that Global Citizens is currently looking to incorporate in their program. As far as the project timeline, we are currently on timeline or on track with our current project timeline. Right now, we just two of our, I guess, current milestones. We've recently submitted the demo permit submission last Friday, and then on February 19th with OSSI, we also presented to their credit committee and received the conditional approval for our financing request from OSSI, which is a critical portion of the renovation project. We are moving towards building permit submission in early March, and we'll have a GMP with the general contractor MCN as well, in alignment with that March closing. We are also looking to close shortly thereafter. The PCSB provides hopefully approval of the facility amendment in March. And so I think current construction start is April 13th, 2026, and substantial completion by the end of July. And so that will give the school enough time to move into the space. We are obviously thinking about, the current move-in and the current start of the school year as well. And so want to give the school enough time from a construction standpoint to be able to move and relocate.
Thank you, Mr. Flora. Next slide, please. And thank you, Autumn. We wanted to just ground, because this is one of the questions that comes out all the time, is something we have been considering for a while. We proactively thought about enrollment and stability and the demand. And so one thing I just wanted to share was that Global Citizens has carefully evaluated the enrollment risk related to relocation, and we found it to be low and manageable. I'll give you just a few data points. We did a few surveys, but we did a mid-year survey and gauged the intent to re-enroll for families. And so we have an 80% response rate. 6 families indicated that they were not returning. 3 were relocating out of state. 1 was making sure that the student could go with a sibling to school. And 1 was a distance concern, and 1 was a transportation challenge. 24 families indicated that they were uncertain primarily due to transportation logistics. So initially, we said we would coordinate the carpool, but we knew that our families needed something more. We wanted to make sure that not only would we provide affordable before care options for earlier drop off for families, we also wanted to make sure that we could support with a parent-led shuttle. I was able to connect with Washington U Yang and get the parent leader that leads their shuttles and connect them to a parent that has graciously said that they would lead for Global Citizens the shuttle effort. And so they have connected, and we will be having a parent-led shuttle. We also we visited DC Central Kitchen. We had a great conversation with Mike. He connected us with Ted at Capitol Riverfront Bid. There is a circuit basically that goes from the Waterfront Metro to the particular locations, DC Central Kitchen being one of them. Another one is coming up right across the street from where we're located. And so we are in conversations now so that we could join that. That opportunity would be open to not only our staff, but also families. So we have made sure that we have created solutions that would directly address any barriers identified, especially with transportation. Another thing is that we will provide smart transport cards to our families in need. Next slide, please. I think just to ground us, we know that dual language immersion programs across Washington, D.C. have historically maintained strong family demand. Global Citizens' current application pool reflects this broader trend, with total applicants already exceeding projected open seats while the lottery is still open right now, every day, actually at several points throughout the day, we have been gaining families. So when we presented to OSSI, for example, last week, Thursday, it was 233. We're at 264 applicants now, 138 being listed global citizens in their top three. And you can see the breakdown. And also we wanted to name families that have actually entered the lottery to see what options they have. And so 47 of our families have entered the lottery, and that's about 20.6%. We usually calculate about 21% of attrition. And so wanted to make sure that you all know that the current applicant pool already exceeds the projected open seats. And we have already done analysis grade level by language path, et cetera. Really quickly, just wanted to share a few more indicators, which are that we also look at families who register for our open houses and attend. And one of the biggest questions is, will families in Ward 7 and 8 continue to, attend our school? And we strongly believe they will. If you look at the breakdown, 70% of our families who are attending open houses and signing up live in Ward 7 and 8. 11% live in Ward 6, where our new campus is going to be located, and we believe that that will continue to increase as well. We have been conservative in preparing our scenarios, as you've seen in some of the materials that you've gotten. So we know that even if we reach 240 students, which means that we only get 12 additional students from where we are now, that our project remains feasible and sustainable. So project viability doesn't depend on aggressive enrollment assumptions. Um, and the other part is just about the outreach that we've done thus far, and we still have a lot more to do, but we've gone to 16 apartment complexes within 6, 7, and 8 wards, 16 community and recreation centers, churches, and we've reached about 61 early childhood centers. So we are continuing our outreach. We sent out postcards to a little over 9,000 families, including Spanish speaking and Asian families as well. So one of the things we just want to drive home is we believe that enrollment demand exceeds available seats. Relocation-driven attrition is minimal, and financial viability is confirmed under conservative projections. Next slide, and that's when we'll take questions. Thanks again for the opportunity.
Thank you. Could you stop sharing your screen, please? So we get, thank you. Board members, questions? Tony Williams, please.
Thank you, Chairman, Vice Chair Sandman. Dr. Smith, I was curious as to, the new location of the school will be, I believe right next to DC United Stadium, Audi Field. The Metro will share with the Nationals and be a little bit of walk away. What impact will, those sporting events have with students' ability to reach school or extracurricular activities at this new location, and how will you mitigate for those impacts?
Great question. Thank you, Tony Williams. We have thought about that. We even have a current leader from the former site, former leader from that site, and to give us the ins and outs. And we talked about how important it was to make sure that number one, we look at the schedule. For example, when we're planning events, et cetera, we know when the schedule is. We told our families, and we've been looking already at like schedule of events. You'll know in advance. It's not like there'll be a game that will just pop out of the blue. And so one big thing when we went to ANC meeting, there was another presentation on transportation. And so we'll have these, well, I won't go into all the nitty gritty, but with that said, we will know exactly when games are, what streets are closed due to games, etc., and we'll be able to make sure families can plan around that. Drop off, we don't foresee being an issue, and also if students are dismissed prior to games and we know the specific routes, we'll know that we'll mitigate those risks, as well as using other paths. So if families use the Waterfront Metro instead of the Navy Yard Metro, our shuttle might take a different route during the times for games, etc. So we've kind of proactively planned around that and made sure that we would give a schedule to families. and reminders as well. We also offer extended learning, so we don't imagine that all families will be picking up at the same time. Just like drop off, we have before care. And so we imagine it'll be a staggered approach. Team, feel free to chime in. I might have missed something.
Thank you. Treasurer Stanley Beatty.
Thank you, Vice Chair Salmon. Dr. Smith, first of all, I want to thank you for your thoughtful presentation. I love to see a nice construction timeline, so thank you for that. Just a couple of questions. Number one, so help me understand, have you taken possession of the new facility yet? Has your lease commenced?
We signed a lease January 21st.
Okay, all right, so you're in your lease now. Talk to me about your financing. So I saw in your construction timeline that you've got, did you call it a contingency approval from OSSI for the
Additional.
a conditional? Okay, so you've got that from OSSI. Now there's still a gap. You've got another $1 million or so that's going to come from private financing. So talk to me about that. I saw you have a target closing of March for your additional debt.
Great question. Thank you, Krista Stanley Beatty. I see Autumn. I see you stepping up. You might want to speak to that a little bit. I'll let Autumn chime in right now.
Yeah, sure. So we've been working very closely with another charter school focused construction lender during the course of this project. So they've been working with us since the inception, since we started the conversation with even Aussie. They are currently in their approval and underwriting phase. And so they've given us a high level construction, kind of construction loan closing timeline that is in alignment with Aussie's closing, which is all contingent upon the PCS approval, and a few other items that popped up into that. And so they are looking to actually go to their credit committee, I believe, at the end of this week, and then they have a board approval following, I believe, the next week. That those days may shift a little bit, but we're still on target for approval prior to, and then head towards closing at the end of March.
Perfect. If they're going to credit committee, then that's a good thing. You had a 3-month window on your construction. Is that right? Was it February to I'm trying to do it from memory, or was it March? It was essentially a 3-month period.
Yeah, so we start construction middle of April. And then we are looking to get substantial completion at the end of July. That construction schedule has been put together by MCN Build, the GC partner on this project.
MCN?
MCN Build, yes.
Yep, got it. Okay, so that's 3 months, right? That's 3 months, and your budget is about 3.6 million. That's tight. That's a tight time frame. I'm familiar with MCN. I know that they know what they're doing. They do this stuff all the time, but that's a tight time frame. Have you all thought about if the timeline slips, what that means for you in terms of finishing and hopefully, well, you won't back into the new school year. You've got enough time.
We have enough time. We've left enough time in the schedule itself to align with having the school be able to move in.
Okay.
One of the good things about this building is that because it's already outfitted with 12 classrooms, the majority of the classrooms that are needed for Global's current program, and the finishes, the upgrades that we are doing in that space are really finishes. Don't necessarily require a permit. So we are working with MCN Built now to look at that contingency, get a better sense of how do we make this schedule even better than what we are currently projecting, so that we can get into the building as soon as possible, which is why we already submitted the demo permit on 13th of this month, to really get ahead and make sure that they're able to mobilize and get in the building as soon as possible.
Good for you. So essentially what you're saying is you have a plan that requires you to pull additional permits, and then you have a plan that you could execute that doesn't require you to pull any more permits than the demo.
So I guess just generally, just to back up. So in DC, there are certain, when you're doing work in the building, there are certain, kind of upgrades or, kind of work that you don't need a permit for necessarily. And so when it comes to that stuff, that's what I'm saying is contingency wise, we can start on that work in particular if need be, to be more efficient.
While you're waiting to pull your other permits.
Exactly, while we're waiting to pull the full building permit.
Thank you for that clarification. And then one last question. I saw that you start paying rent February 2027. Is that right? So then are you abated until then?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Thank you. That's all my questions.
The only awesome, and thank you, Carissa Stanley Beatty. One of the things I just wanted to add was that we did ask for a slightly phased approach so that the existing space was renovated first. That way we can move all our items, we can get those places outfitted. And one other thing is that we're going up to fourth grade next year, not fifth yet. So we can have somewhat of a phased approach. But we did ask for the 12 classrooms to be prioritized.
Perfect. And that I had another question, Dr. Smith, but you actually answered it proactively. Thank you for volunteering that you basically need a plus 12 to still be viable. So
Yes.
thank you. Yeah.
You're welcome.
Board Member Yan.
Thank you, Vice Chair Sandman. Thank you, Dr. Smith, for this presentation. It was very, very helpful. You've spoken to, and I think we all know that there are limited dual language immersion options in Ward 7 and 8 and east of the river, and easily accessible options for families east of the river. You've been at this for a while trying to find another location, so I was very pleased to hear that you're working through a parent-led shuttle model after Yu Ying's model, that you've done engagement with applicants as well to help them understand, and that it looks like you have strong interest from Ward 7 and 8 families. But can you just speak to a bit of what you tried to look for nearby east of the river, what challenges you ran into? Because I think it's important for us as a board and as a public to just consider this entire landscape and challenge as we think about meeting the needs of families east of the river when it comes to dual language programs.
Thank you. Before we have started this a long time ago, we were actually working with another organization, JLL, in the beginning, years ago. And so we looked at lots of different properties. So even land to say okay, if we get some additional funding and fundraising and if we can do some of the, government loans, et cetera, could we make this work? So we found different land in different places. We found old, I don't want to say dilapidated, but buildings. There's one on 9th Street in Ward 8. Everybody probably knows about that one. It's been on the market for a while. We've gone to, there's a place that has the auto shop on it that we said, could we be, we just try to be creative. Whereas okay, if we can just afford to get this, but then, can we afford the renovation? We're only in our 5th year. I refuse to close due to fiscal mismanagement, right? So we saw site, and I'm sure when we joined Rosewood that not that they got annoyed with us, but we looked and looked. We went to different sites, and it was just okay, what can we afford? We even thought about another co-location really close by. So we spoke to that school leader who was really 2 schools actually really close by, in close proximity, less than a mile. So you might know the schools I'm talking about. I don't want to just name, but just so to see if that partnership could be beneficial for both both schools and families. I've spoken with the deputy mayor for education and his office in Jen Comey, and they were so gracious. They gave me a list of schools. While we weren't hopeful, I could still reach out to the principals of those schools. So we did that. We have been looking everywhere. We even thought about things that, and it came down to the wire when I was in my office one day, and I said, "What can we get in such a short period of time that is already outfitted as a school?" And literally that campus popped up. But team chime in because I might be forgetting one of the locations in trying not to name specific sites. But we've looked at RF. I don't know. I don't think it's called RFPs, but even for some of the sites that the government have listed in Ward 8. I think I might be forgetting one, but feel free to chime in. Sean, Autumn,
Yeah, I was
DR.
gonna add one thing, just the important piece that I think most of you guys know that we opened our school. We were one of the schools that opened in 2021 in the middle of the pandemic. We did a lot of work around those families to make sure they trusted who we were because they were coming back to school for the first time ever. And then some of them were coming for pre-K 3 and pre-K 4. Imagine dropping your kid off the first day of school and not even being able to go into the building because of this crisis, right? So we did everything in our power to make sure we keep those families every year, keep them happy. And part of that is just full transparency about where we are with everything. They've been with us every step of the way the last 3 years about this process. Hey, this is where we are. This is what we're seeing. This is what we're thinking may happen. We don't have anything just yet, but we did that to make sure we had those conversations with those families to kind of get feedback, but at the same time, make sure we kept the trust, which speaks to the volume of the 7 and 8 families that are coming with us to the next building. So that was one of the biggest things that we made sure we did. We made sure we brought our families every step of the way so they knew exactly what was going on. But at the same time, we were giving them information as we went along.
Thank you
And
for
I'll just chime in from the school's consultant perspective. Rosewood, we've been engaged with the school for about a year and a half, 2 years going on now. And we've done an extensive search, just behind the envelope, scheduling, the site visits, the tours with brokers, having the conversations with our internal contacts. So we don't only do, you know, community-based work, we look at commercial spaces as well. And so, a lot of it, even working with Molly and the EdOps team, a lot of it was down to affordability, and what could the school afford to still able, to still be open, to still support their program, given the short timeline. And reality is there aren't a ton of sites, even new construction, where you're looking at a vacant lot, there aren't a ton of sites at a school that's in its fifth year that they can afford not only the acquisition or the lease of a vacant lot, and then to support, a renovation project, development project, of such scale that they needed, the amount of square footage they need, the amount of support they need, the location. And so we did a ton of, internal, calls, with the team to really figure out, what will work best for the school, and what is affordable. And that was truly the focus here. And so it came down to the site in particular, just given the timeline, just given the affordability, and its location and proximity to their current location.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you all for both the diligence and this answer.
I forgot there were 3 churches. One we just walked up to. We were really out there. And then there was that Parkside development, like you said, close by too. And we looked at affordability and timeline. Autumn, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Secretary Autumn Afanian.
Yes, thank you so much, Vice Chair Salmon. Good evening to the Global Citizens team. Thank you so much again, Dr. Smith, for your thorough presentation. Again, as my colleague stated, I have 2 questions. And actually, I'll start with, can you all just speak to the specific steps that you all have taken to mitigate traffic concerns, et cetera, and those the impacts to the surrounding community? Particularly, and I know you shared your plan for game time, which that makes sense to me. But just thinking about arrival and dismissal, can you just speak to what your traffic plans are? And then I have another question.
Sure. Sean, do you want to take away the arrival and dismissal? I know we have their signs still up there.
Yep. Yep, sure. Buzzer Point, as we all know, is 1 lane in, 1 lane out in that area. We're doing a lot of work around making sure that our families already know ahead of time how it's going to happen. So basically pulling up right in front of the waterfront building, that area has a section of about 30 parking spaces that are usually do not have any cars in it during school days. So the apartment building complex is already informing their tenants of this information that's going to be coming back into play once the school comes in. And we'll be doing basically a kiss and ride, which is what a lot of schools are doing in the district right now, just because of spacing. Those 30 cars will pull up. We'll have the thumbs up. We'll take students out safely with our team, make sure they go into one of our 2 entrances, and then allow that group of cars to go out at one time to ensure that students are safe. There's also some parking available further down away from the apartment complexes, which won't have any effect on the people that are living there. So we've been kind of looking over the last couple of weeks to see if we would be able to keep our doors open for families to be able to come in, which means they'll have to park down a couple of blocks, as long as they're not in the way of those families that are actually living in the neighborhood, and be able to come in to still have our same culture piece that we're doing. We're bringing families in each day. So the biggest way we're pushing for families is to make sure that they do the kiss and ride, and that's for arrival and dismissal. It's also something that we already kind of do now at our school. So it's just going to be kind of like more of the primary way of dropping your students off, and our families are already used to it.
And I'll just add in a crossing guard. We're
Yep.
going to work on having a crossing guard. We know that during our conversations with AAC Commissioner Hamilton, she's been so helpful. We know that during the hours of arrival that the cement factory won't be working, but we are close to a cement factory. We want to make sure our students and our families are safe. Those who are walking from the metro, who choose not to take the shuttle, And the shuttle will also come through the Kiss and Ride. So I just wanted to add that we're going to be working on a crossing guard and making sure that we have close communication with the cement factory next door.
Got it. Thank you. And kind of building on that and the engagement that you all have already done, certainly with the ANC presentation, glad to hear that your ANC person is partnering with you all, and I'm certain around council member engagement. How do you all plan to continue engaging residents? I think as things evolve, as you all get settled, things will shift and change. What are your plans for continuing the engagement, both with residents and local community organizations, as well as families, and addressing whatever concerns or feedback they may have?
That's a wonderful question. Thank you so much. One of the biggest things we talked about with the ANC was that the former school, they had said really didn't engage with the community as much, and they see that we have already started. I was like, oh, we're here. If we're coming, we're here to stay. And so like I think with us having events open to the community, even now we have community days. We plan to continue to do the same thing. Commissioner Hamilton had invited me to an event during the winter break time. We just want to continue to not only just join the meetings, but participate in events. And it's not just to spread the word, but we really want to be an active member of the community. There's a conservation next door. I've already begun conversations to see how we can partner. There's just a ton of community um, uh, businesses and centers and organizations that we have started the conversations with. One example was the DC Central Kitchen, but also other surrounding organizations. And so we want to make sure that we are a part of the community and known as being part of the community as well. There was one other thing I was going to state, but I'll open it up to Mr. Flora in case he wants to add anything into it. What was the event?
I think we're good to go on that one. I was going to
Yeah,
say
we've
conservation. Yep.
also talked to, we said we were gonna we haven't yet, but we were gonna talk to someone even at the Audi Stadium. It's right across the street. Just to make sure that, as Mr. Flores said, we're big on communication for our families, but also our partners and community members. And so we want to be an active community. That's what I was gonna say. So Commissioner Hamilton and Commissioner Kramer, who was the former ANC commissioner of that area, Buzzard Point, they were very clear in sharing how the community wasn't necessarily built with children and families in mind. And so, like, we are the only school in that area, like that specific Buzzard Point area. And so, how they are so excited to have a school back in that space, but also with our model and serving the community. And so, how do we make sure that this is the perfect opportunity as in the, and so some of the apartment complexes have dog families, right? And there's less children in some of those spaces. Well, now more and more children are moving into the area. So how do we make sure that they know about us, but also that we're part of the community? So whether it's we open up our playground on the weekends or our lab, or so we want to be able to make sure we're still serving the community, especially those in Ward 7, 8, and 6.
Thank you for that, Dr. Smith, and thank you for your team. And just want to commend you all for the work that you're doing, engaging the community ahead of time. I think it's important, and it was really important for us to get this on the record so that other schools can kind of hear just how you not just come into a community, but build community as you get about it. So congratulations to you all on that work. Thank you.
Thank you. And I don't think you were on the board back in the day, but just to tell you, with our school, we started in the libraries before we even opened. We wanted to make sure we're not building for the community, but with the community. I knew from all the the PAVE meetings, that language immersion was wanted in the community. And Ward 7 and 8, they've been asking for it. The thing was, which languages, right? Is it the three most widely spoken languages? Will they really want Mandarin Chinese? So we started offering free classes. This is in person before the pandemic hit. And so just so you know, and if anybody else watches this later, it is so important to build with the community. We did empathy interviews. You hear all these things, well, with language, some people might worry about this. Some people might worry about not learning English enough. Well, we spoke to families. We heard from them. And that's what Mr. Flores said. We still do that now. Sometimes we overshare, like we share with our families. So when we share that possible co-location, we didn't share the place because we're like, ooh, if it doesn't work out, and it didn't work out, right? But we told them, hey, we're working on a co-location. So we want families to know We're very transparent as much as we can be, because the school is for our community, right? Like that's the whole purpose of us existing. So thank you for sharing that. I know.
That's right.
Yeah,
Now, I wasn't on the board then, but I remember I live in Ward A, so I remember the early conversations. So shout out. Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Treasurer Stanley Beatty.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair Salmon. My question is actually for staff. Dr. Walker Davis, it's about timing. So this is their public hearing. They will come before the board again for a vote, right?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. What's the timing on that? Because they're going to start construction in April. So when would we see them again for the vote?
Next month.
Oh, fine. Okay, perfect. Okay, thank you.
Dr. Smith, thank you for your very helpful and clear presentation. You're a distance from the nearest metro station at Navy Yard Ballpark. I thought, did I hear you mention a shuttle service?
Yes.
What hours does the shuttle run and with what frequency?
Oh, great question. So the waterfront one that we're in
Oh.
conversation with the Capitol Riverfront bid, they run.
That's a different one from the
That's a different one.
station I
So the
mentioned.
parent-led
Yes.
shuttle, right now, it's going to be during before care to opening time. So our opening time is 8 a.m. Our before care will open up at 7, a little bit earlier families need. And so it'll be running from about, I want to say about 7 till about 8, probably a little bit longer, till probably about 8:30. We haven't nailed down all the details yet because I'll just name that the parent is working on it, but we have proposed times. And then for dismissal, we've even been in conversation about, all right, during our dismissal time shuttles, because we have to coordinate if we have like, say there's 2 shuttles, one going to these 3 stops, one going to these 4 stops. Well, we want to make sure we have shuttles for dismissal, but also is it a possibility to have shuttles leave for extended learning so students can participate in after school activities, clubs, and extended learning? So we haven't nailed down all the details, but we are working on it. So it's a wonderful question. And we can get back to you once we nail down our logistical details with our parent leader organizer is working on it.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
You're welcome. Thank you all so much for all of your wonderful questions.
Well, if there are no further questions, thank you all for joining us this evening. We will take this up for a vote at our meeting next month. I believe that will that be the second meeting in March, Dr. Walker Davis, or the first? We have 2
I
meetings
believe
in
it is the March 23rd meeting.
Yes, that's what I thought. Thank you. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much. Thank you, team. Bye, everyone.
We'll now move to our public meeting, and I'd ask for a motion to approve the agenda.
I move to approve the February 23rd, 2026 board meeting agenda.
Second.
Secretary Adamafanian, would you call the roll?
Vice Chair Sandman,
I vote aye, and I have a proxy from Leah Cruzy, aye.
Treasurer Stanley Beatty,
Aye.
Board Member Yan,
Aye.
Board Member Marino,
Aye.
Board Member Williams,
Aye.
and Vice Chair, I am an aye as well.
Thank you. The agenda is approved. The first item on our public meeting agenda is charter reviews for 3 schools. I'd like to ask Melody Sampson, Chief School Performance Officer, to introduce each review. I'd also like to invite representatives from each school to provide remarks as Melody introduces their review. We'll start with Learn DC Public Charter School.
Good evening. My name is Melody Sampson. I'm the Chief School Performance Officer at DC PCSB. Tonight, the board will vote on the charter review and continuance of Learn DC Public Charter School, Rocket Ship Education DC Public Charter School, and Thurgood Marshall Academy Public Charter School. The following charter review standard applies to each school. The School Reform Act stipulates that DC PCSB shall review a school's charter at least once every 5 years. As part of this review, DC PCSB must determine whether the school failed to meet the goals and student academic achievement expectations set forth in its charter, and whether the school committed a material violation of applicable law or of its charter, including violations relating to the education of children with disabilities. If DC PCSB determines that a school has not met its goals or has committed a material violation of applicable law or of its charter, the board may, at its discretion, revoke the school's charter, or grant the school a conditional continuance. Additionally, there is a fiscal component to the charter review. Per the School Reform Act, the board is required to revoke a school's charter if it determines that the school has engaged in a pattern of non-adherence to generally accepted accounting principles, has engaged in a pattern of fiscal mismanagement, or is no longer economically viable. Given the disruption in schooling and data collection during the COVID-19 pandemic and DCPCSB's development of the Aspire system, DCPCSB ceased production of the PMF after school year 18-19 and did not assess goal attainment for school years 2021 or 21-22. Consequently, for this review period, DCPCSB staff assessed each school's charter goals performance using goal attainment pathways for school years 22-23, 23-24, and 24-25 as outlined in DCPCSB's charter goals policy. Learn DC Public Charter School is up for its 5-year review. The school currently educates 318 students in grades pre-K 3 through 5 at a single campus in Ward 8. As mentioned earlier, staff assessed the school's charter goals performance using goal attainment pathways for school years 22-23, 23-24, and 24-25. In school year 22-23, Learn partially met a pathway by exceeding publisher growth criteria on its nationally normed growth assessment in math. In school year 23-24, the school partially met the transitional goals pathway by exceeding state or sector performance or demonstrating improvement in 5 of 7 transitional goals. Learn DC Public Charter School fully met its charter goals in school year 24-25 by earning a level 3 or higher on Aspire. DCPCSB staff determined the school has not committed a material violation of law or its charter. DCPCSB staff also determined that the school has not engaged in a pattern of non-adherence to generally accepted accounting principles, has not engaged in a pattern of fiscal mismanagement, and is economically viable. Based on these findings, staff recommends that the board vote to continue Learn DC Public Charter Schools charter. Representatives from the school are available to speak about the school's performance over the past 5 years and to answer the board's questions.
I'd like to welcome the Learn DC representatives to our meeting tonight. If the person who will be leading the discussion can introduce your team members, we'd appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thank you, Vice Chair Sandman. I'm actually Troy Presswood, our board chair. I just called him. He said he may have gotten kicked out, so he was wondering if he could be let back in. He said he's on, but he think he clicked the wrong button.
We'll check on that.
Okay.
Is he trying to get back in?
Yeah, I just called. He said he's in. He sees everyone, but he's not in the actual meeting like we are right now.
Okay. And his name again?
Troy Presswood.
Thank you.
Would you like me to proceed with introducing the team, or you want to wait for him?
I'm just gonna, I don't see Troy in the attendees list. Is he under his name, or could I check another name for him?
Yeah, Troy Presswood is his name. Let me make sure he didn't log in under someone else. Just 1 second here. I'm calling him right now. Okay. Hey, oh, they do got you. Okay, all right. Okay. Yep, just called me. He said you have him. He's coming in right now. And I'll go ahead and start with the introduction of our team. So good evening. Thank you, Vice Chair Sandman and fellow board members. So my name is Sekou Robertson. I'm the Managing Director of Schools for Learn DC. I'm joined here by my hardworking team, including Ms. Person, who's our principal, Mr. Frazier, who's the assistant principal, Mr. Ronkowski, who's our Director of Data Analytics and Compliance, Dr. Abraham, who's our Senior Director of Student Support Services, Ms. Kagatis, who's our Director of Teaching and Learning, Ms. Moore, who's our Chief Financial Officer, Mr. White, who's our CEO, Mr. Presswood, our Board Chair, and Ms. Brown, who's also a board member.
Thank you.
Do I proceed with the opening 5-minute statement?
Please go ahead.
Great. All right. Thank you. So nearly a decade ago, Ward 8 parents came together through the Parent Operator Selection Team post to define the kind of school they wanted for their children and for the military-connected families at Joint Base Anacostia Bowling. In 2017, after a rigorous parent-led process, Post selected the Learn Charter School Network as the operators best aligned with that vision. Following Post selection, Learn submitted an application to DC Public Charter School Board. We were honored when our application was approved, and we were grateful for the opportunity to reflect on our 5 years of operating this evening. Learn DC is the first school in Washington, D.C. to serve the unique needs of military families while also delivering an outstanding education to students and families in Ward 8 and beyond. Working with families that have experienced separation and loss, we've placed strong emphasis on social-emotional learning while maintaining a steadfast commitment to our academic rigor. Learn DC was founded with a commitment to whole child development, and this priority remains central. The school has implemented a layered social-emotional system grounded in proactive, responsive, and restorative practices. All students take a social-emotional learning screener. With guidance, teachers interpret results, identify trends, and adjust classroom practices. Monthly SEL traits, highlighted through our morning announcements and classroom activities, reinforce a common language around resilience, empathy, and self-regulation. We remain laser-focused on academic excellence and committed to providing the academic foundation to earn a college degree. Learn DC scored in the top 12% of all DC public elementary schools and higher than all but 2 DC charter elementary schools on the most recent OSCE school report card. More than 60% of our students approached, met, or exceeded expectations in both ELA and math on last year's CAPE test, rated ahead of DC's overall average and top 5 among schools in Ward 8. Students averaged over 60th percentile growth on NWA MAP and tests in both ELA and math last year. Our chronic absenteeism rates are the second lowest among all Ward 8 schools. Thanks to those strong academic and attendance outcomes, we have earned high remarks on Aspire, achieving a level 2 rating. Learn DC's progress is notable given several significant challenges. The school experienced leadership instability during its first years. This instability contributed to inconsistent academic expectations, fragmented school culture, and gaps in operational processes. Staffing also posed challenges. Many teachers joined the school without formal training or prior experiences in early literacy and classroom management. Supporting teacher growth became a long-term school-wide priority. Despite these challenges, the school made organization, culture, and instructional gains that positioned itself for long-term stability. Over the past 5 years, we have consistently analyzed our data to strengthen the education we provide. While our math performance and growth remained strong in school years 23 and 24, our ELA performance has lagged 23 in school year 23. In response, Learn DC improved its ELA program through a combination of curriculum implementation, data systems, coaching, and vertical alignment. Data-driven instruction has become a defining culture of our ELA program. We developed a protocol for triangulating assessment scores and now use it to inform data meetings across grade levels. Additionally, Learn DC used PCSB's Fall 24 SQRP feedback to directly inform improvements to our instructional practices. Coaching cycles aligned with Danielson Domains 2 and 3 have strengthened lesson internalization, classroom management, and engagement strategies. Vertical alignment across K-5, reinforced by professional development and instructional leadership participation, has improved consistency in instruction and student outcomes. Collectively, these improvements have elevated the rigor and coherence of the ELA program. The impact of these efforts is reflected on our latest DC CAPE results. ELA proficiency increased nearly 25 points from school year 23 to 24. Our math proficiency also remains strong and continues to improve. Our ELA median growth percentile was in top 15% of all DC schools in 2024, and we have the third highest median growth percentile in math last year. Looking ahead, there are 3 lessons from the past 5 years that we shape our pathway. Number 1, strong systems are essential for our stability. The absence of clear structures in schools' early years contributed to widespread inconsistencies. The introduction of standardized protocols, coaching framework, and daily systems has strengthened every aspect of organization. Number 2, teachers' training and coaching are non-negotiables. With many teachers entering the profession through non-traditional pathways, targeted coaching and clarity around expectations are critical. Weekly coaching, rubric-aligned feedback, and goal tracking transformed instructional quality. And lastly, community trust must be intentionally built. In serving in schools, serving military families and families new to DC residents, transparent communication, consistent follow-through, and relationship building are foundational to stability and re-enrollment. We appreciate the support DCPSB has provided over the past 5 years. Looking ahead to the next 5 years, we envision a school that raises academic outcomes while removing barriers so every family who seeks our program can access it. Our new facility represents more than a building. It's a promise to stability, growth, and opportunity. We also seek to strengthen our ties to the community through meaningful partnerships with fellow charter schools and community-based organizations. Lastly, we aspire to be a true destination for educators where both new and veteran teachers are valued as professionals, empowered to refine their craft, and fully support as they shape the next generation of learners. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. We welcome questions from the board.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson. Board members, questions? Secretary Adamafanian.
Thank you so much. And thank you to the Learn team for being here tonight. My first question is really just to ask you all, what accomplishments are you most proud of achieving over the past 4 years? Want to just, what weaknesses are you most focused on addressing? So what are you most proud of? And what would you like to focus on addressing moving forward?
Yeah, thank you. I'll kick that question to Ms. Person, our principal, and Mr. Frazier, the assistant principal.
Thank you. Such a great question. It's always nice to sit and reflect on our growth. I would say what I'm most proud of is our teacher development, which has led to increased student outcomes. We have a crew of dedicated teachers that really enjoy coaching, and we have a solid team in order to deliver that. And so that has translated to great academic achievement. So to see students get excited about not necessarily meeting their goal, but making growth because we celebrate their progress along the way is probably our biggest highlight. Our assistant principal, Frazier, he will tell you, you're going to treat everybody in the whole school because if I have to, then I will. But if they're making progress, that's what it's all about when we do that with our honor roll celebration. So I would say that's a big accomplishment. But then it's also the parent engagement. I can't really choose one. We started my first year, I started with the PTO started initially, and we had maybe 5 people in the PTO. But I told them when I took the position that this is not my school, this is our school. And so if there's anything that I'm not doing, you let me know. If there's anything that you want, let's work together to make it happen. And that's what led to the formation of the PTO. And we started fundraisers from the beginning. We started partnerships from the beginning. And we went from raising $3,000 with our turkey trot fundraiser with the PTO, 5 people, to $14,000 this year and expanded our partnerships completely. And so I'm really proud of that overall. I don't remember the other question though. It was like what I'm proud of, and what was the other one?
The second question is, what weaknesses are you all most focused on addressing?
Yeah, the weaknesses we're most focused on addressing is really making sure that we address all subgroups, right? When we look at the Aspire framework, which I was really excited to adopt, is because it allows us to look at the data granularly. We want to make sure that we know every student by name and need, and not all assessments or not all platforms allow you to do this. So this structure allows us to focus on making sure that we are a good school for all kids, and that's our focus as we move forward. Frazier, am I missing anything you want to add?
Great. This is my final question, and I'll turn it over to my colleagues. Could you speak to your engagement of Ward 8 parents and getting them on campus and getting them to the school versus military? Just want to hear a little bit more around over the years how you all have addressed that. And because, yes, I'm well aware and I know that you all were sought after by Ward 8 parents, but how has that gone? And what are some findings that you all have regarding that?
Yeah, I'll kind of start off and then, Mr. Person, I'll kick it to you. So the great thing is that when the school first started, there was, I want to say, over 90% of our families were military, maybe even 95. Mr. Ronkowski, a data person, can correct me. Now that number is now down to, is it 70, about 79%, Mr. Ronkowski, that are
75% for this year.
Yes, 75% now are military families, so the other 15 now are off-base ward aid. But I'll let Ms. Fraser again explain what we've done to do that and some of the intentional strategies we put in place.
Yeah, so as we work to increase the off-base population at our school, the biggest thing was to find someone who lives in the community that has connections that can get out there and understand what it is that they're looking for and figure out how do we bring it to our school. And so we hired we called it a recruitment manager, but I made it a community and engagement recruitment manager. And so her role is specifically to find out in the community, one, go out in the community canvas, go to events, let them know about our school, but also figure out what is it that they need. She also follows up with families if they're leaving the school to figure out what are the barriers that are preventing them from staying. One of the things, or some of the things that we found out was transportation is one of the concerns, as well as before and after school programming. And so in response to just those two things specifically, we ended up lost my train of thought. We partner with the Boys and Girls Club in order to make sure that they can provide additional before and after care services. We offered needs-based before and after care services at our campus as well. That is free to families, but the spots are limited. And so the Boys and Girls Club partnership, which was affiliated with our recruitment manager, is one way in which we're able to keep them there. But transportation continues to remain a concern. We tried DC School Connect. However, we didn't have a lot of families who took part in the service, and so therefore we lost it. But it's really, we want activities, is what they say. We want activities for our kids. We had teachers start to lead clubs. So we have a number of different clubs running at the moment: cheerleading, STEM, music, orchestra, step team. I think I'm missing some other clubs that we have going on, but all of those were in a response to parents' needs and trying to figure out how do we bridge the gap and give them what they need as well. I would say even with our PTO, making sure that we have representation from the ward as well as representation from on the base in order to blend the families together as best we can, and having events outside in the community as well to connect with them.
And how are you all, given that transportation was named as a barrier, how are you all addressing that? DC School Connects didn't work. How are you all addressing that?
I would say that that's something we're still working to address as we speak. I heard about, I know Dr. Smith mentioned the parent lead. Our recruitment manager actually mentioned this not too long ago, trying to find a parent that would be open to facilitating routes for students in order to get them there. We offered bus cards to those who need it as well, but it is a walk from the gate to the campus, which is a deterrent to some families. So we're still working on that. We do not have a definitive answer at this moment.
Got you. Colleagues, I'm sorry. This is my last one. I promise I'm gonna go on mute. Okay, so that's definitely understand that, and I look forward to at some point just hearing how you all address that. I think that's huge. Just and given that families asked for you all to come from Ward 8 to come and bring your program, I just think it's important to, as best as possible, you all to figure it out. My last question is actually connected to that. I hear the strides that are being made with respect to increasing off-base families to come to the school, and that I commend you all for that. How are you all thinking about bridging a gap between the original desires when, again, these families from Ward 8, for the most part, sought after Learn DC and sought to bring them to the community? How are you bridging what is now, looks like a gap, if you will, between their original desires and what has happened in implementation? How are you bridging that and kind of going back to the roots of how Learn came to DC? So I think that's also important to honor what these families worked hard for to bring in. So just curious about that.
Sekou, do you want me to take that?
Yes.
Okay. I think it's something that we're continuing to work on. Our recruitment manager was the first step, and she was hired in the middle of last year. And I would just say, with her presence alone, we have already started to increase our off-base population tremendously. Right now, even if we think about our applicant pool and the number of families that ranked us top 3, the number of families that ranked us number 1 it's way more than it ever has been. And I think the number one thing for us being a budding charter school is creating that awareness so that people know that we exist and the results that we can produce for their children when they're in our care. And so by having her being that person that's out in the community and constantly she's just that person, the go-to person. Her motto is, hey, if you have any questions, if you need anything, you come to me. And so she's just built that connection with them that we're always there. Like she has her ear to the community and what they need, and then she brings it back and we make adjustments accordingly. So I would say this is something we're continually looking at and remodeling as we get more information, but it's it's just keep doing what we're doing and looking for additional resources to help them out. I'll tell you one thing that she started this year is with a partnership with the base, creating like a rolling food pantry for families who need things, creating a community closet where we have clothes and things that they need as well, trying to address the needs. But it's just trying to make sure that we can become a community school within the confines of the base to support the families that are in need. But it's definitely something that we're continuing to work on.
Ms. Brown, do you want to add something, Ms. Brown?
Yes, one other thing I'd like to point out is that I am one of the original Ward 8 post parents, and they invited me to serve on the board, and I've been on the board since the very beginning. I think they did that intentionally so we could stay true to the original goals and wishes of and the intentions of the Ward 8 post. And um, I promise you that I speak up and often
Brown, I believe you.
about
I
those
believe
things.
you. I believe
So
that.
I just wanted to make a note of that.
And board member, could I just hop in very quickly because I think, our board member Brown is absolutely correct. She was among the first and the only who we still have from the post that really came together with Ward 8 families and families on base to talk about what this vision is for this school, right? And you're right in that what are we doing to further live up to the goals and live up to that passion that was there some 8 years ago. I will say that we as board members, and Tara and I are from Ward 8, we live in Ward 8, we continue to show up in the community. We make sure that people know about Learn. We ask and answer questions about Learn and why you should choose Learn as an option for your family. We're continuing to do that. We're looking at more partnerships. We're looking at, I love the idea that we got the Boys and Girls Club partnership. We looked at knowing that transportation was a challenge, about getting a bus, a shuttle service. We just could not afford it as a startup school, but it is something that we are continuing to look at. We're continuing to push for it from a board perspective, and we want that integration between the base and the rest of the ward. We want that integration. We want those barriers, that fence, that gate to come down, and we continue to push for that.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Board Member Marino.
Thank you so much. I want to first start by thanking the Learn team for being here, for your really thoughtful presentation, and in particular for the reflection on all the things you learned in your first couple of years and how you implemented that learning in the last few years. I want to stay on the same theme for a minute because I was really inspired by the founding story of Learn and the work of the Ward 8 Post, and was surprised, frankly, to see in the report what student enrollment looks like today in terms of the mix of students from the base and from the Ward 8 broader community. And so I'm curious, it was helpful to already hear your answers to the questions, so I won't repeat those, but I'm curious what your concrete goals are for the next few years in terms of what you would like the student population mix to be from the broader community versus from the base specifically.
Mr. White, do you want to answer that for us, or you want to jump in?
Yes, sure. Hi, Greg White, the CEO of Learn Charter School Network. It's a great question. We do not have a specific goal, but I hope the direction continues to increase. As Steve talked about, we were probably initially the first year 5% civilian, and now we're at 25%. And I just hope it keeps increasing. By the way, this is our experience. We have 2 schools in Chicago which has a high military population. What we discover over time is, guess what? Every year that percent civilian goes up and the military goes down. And this is why. Because there's such high turnover for military. Every 2 or 3 years they leave. Yet the civilians stay. So there's a natural balancing that occurs. That makes sense?
Yeah,
So
that does.
I suspect in the next few years you'll see that number definitely continue to grow toward 8 families.
Yeah, that makes sense. And Ms. Brown, I really appreciate your continuity of leadership. And Mr. Prestwood, you spoke to it as well in terms of as board members just continuing to raise those questions. And whether it's a concrete goal or it's a set of activities, I just encourage you to keep that conversation really active and the creativity in terms of how you do engagement, because I think your mission and your founding story is really unique and special in our city. I'm curious, you spoke in your response, in your written response, about the new facility. Will that still be inside of the security perimeter, or are there changes that can be made? And I know you've done a lot of work around this question of the security perimeter, so maybe you could speak to that, because it does sound like it's a material barrier for non-military families in terms of accessing the school.
So the current thinking is it would remain inside the security fence. That was part of the condition of their giving us 7 acres of land, leasing 7 acres. We got to figure out how do we help people understand that inside the security fence for all is probably the safest school in DC from a marketing perspective. Families, once you learn how to come through, they realize it's quite easy, right? Most of the time. And so how do you just make access available? But there's no change in at this point, but no discussion of changing outside the fence.
Okay, thank you. And then my last question is just more broadly on the theme of enrollment and re-enrollment. I noticed in 23-24, you had a re-enrollment rate of 59%, and that improved to 69% for school year 24-25, but it's still below the average. I know you serve a unique population, but also I know that as students move out of state, that's not counted in these numbers. So can you just speak to the re-enrollment, the track record you have on re-enrollment, and what you're doing to increase re-enrollment?
Yep. I'll go ahead and take that one. And also before, one of our board members, Maya Cardone, was also trying to get into the meeting. She wanted to participate. Is it possible to let her in? And as I go through the re-enrollment part, if you could do that'll be great.
Yes, we'll try to add her.
She's there. We got her.
You got her. Great. Great question. We've wrestled with this for a while. So the re-enrollment rate does reflect the complexities of our population rather than family dissatisfaction. A significant portion of the non-re-enrollment is due to military relocations. Families who choose not to re-enroll also cite challenges getting to the campus, as we mentioned just earlier, as they relocate to Washington, D.C. Other reasons include the preference of their siblings. Once their siblings enroll, they want their kids families to be together, which is also a barrier. So to strengthen that effort, again, we've talked about some of this before, we've gathered feedback from multiple channels, including surveys, direct outreach, check-ins. So as Ms. Person mentioned, we've added recruitment and engagement manager who works closely with the community to attract new families. This approach is also rooted in listening and responding to their needs. There was a huge need, as again, Ms. Person mentioned, about after-school enrichment opportunities. So they have lots of teacher-led clubs that have come up at DC, and also several community-based partnerships. And as Ms. Person mentioned, the Boys and Girls Club was a great one. And also, we also ensure that parents understand our academic program, right? Our school-wide expectations, our school growth plans. We aim to increase this family involvement. One of the events is through Literacy Night, through classroom volunteering, through our PTO organization partnerships. And we've gotten some results. I mean, this year, we actually hit, I think it's guess for the first time, we've actually hit our enrollment targets this year, and we had a significant improvement for our re-enrollment rate. Our internal analysis, thank you, Ms. Gronkowski, for doing this, showed that our year-over-year student retention has grown by 13% over the last 3 years. And then this year alone, our re-enrollment rate improved by 10% from the previous year. So we're kind of confident that our re-enrollment rate, particularly among just non-military families, will continue to improve as we widen as we wider community understands the quality of our instructional program.
It's really encouraging to hear that you hit your enrollment target. I know that takes a huge amount of hustle, and congratulations on the improvement. Do you know what percent of your students who did not re-enroll did choose to enroll in another public school in DC? Is that information that you happen to have?
Mr. Ronkowski, would you happen to have that number?
Not offhand. I'd have to look at like PYE and SLED.
Yeah, okay, no problem. I just was curious. It feels like it's important to distinguish between students who are moving out of state, who are not in this number, and students who are staying in our community but are telling us by their decision making that their school choice isn't working. So that's really what's underneath my question, is how do we parse what families are telling us as they make different choices? So thank you for that. And Vice Chair Sandman, I am done.
Thank you. Treasurer Stanley Beatty.
Thank you, Vice Chair Salmon. Learn team, first of all, I just want to say congratulations for making it to the 5-year mark. I have a few questions, and I want to start by acknowledging that just earlier this year, you all were removed from our financial monitoring list. That is to be commended. I would love to hear you all speak to navigating that process, from going on the financial monitoring list to finding your way off of it. And then I would love to also hear anything specifically that you would contribute specifically regarding the internal controls piece, and what governance did you sort of employ to satisfy that concern? So first of all, the process in general speak to, and then specifically the internal controls.
Thank you. I'll have Ms. Moore, she's our Chief Financial Officer, answer that one.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you so much for that question, and thank you for your time today. Yes, we were very excited about getting off of financial monitoring. And what we did, generally speaking, is that we focused on stabilizing our operations and providing the necessary support and liquidity during the school's growth phase. The specific steps that we took was, as everyone has mentioned, we really focused on enrollment and student retention rates. In addition to that, we really have been really focusing on getting additional grants. We got additional federal grants from the Department of Education, Impact Aid, the Charter School Grant Program, to really help to support the academics of our students. And throughout this, we continue to understand the importance of investing in our staffing, our students, and educational materials. Also, some of the things that we did was in terms of we had an OSSI loan, and we paid that loan off early because we wanted to strengthen the balance sheet and, and to really, support the school. And I also want to note that Learn Network has demonstrated a very strong track record in providing resources and support needed to Learn DC, not only with people and funding, but also just continual support and conversation. So, for example, with our network service agreement, we're able to defer management and facility fees to strengthen liquidity as we see. In terms of financial controls, one of the things that I do want to talk about in terms of oversight on financial matters, we have a very strong and active board of directors and finance committee. We meet quarterly with the Learn DC Finance Committee, and I also communicate between meetings as needed. They review all of our budget and approve things. The Finance Committee minutes are shared with the entire board, and there's a great deal of financial transparency, which I think strengthens internal controls. Financial statements, ratio and variance analysis, and most particularly approval and review of related party transactions that are between Learn DC and the network. So there are memos of understanding, promissory notes. In addition to that, we also work closely with Ed Ops, who supports me in the financial reporting and analysis. Also, in terms of the audited financial statements, I keep them apprised of the process, and then the auditors do come and present the financial statements not only to the Finance Committee, but to the General Board. In addition to that, the Finance Committee is very much involved in the major projects, most particularly the pending JBAB site construction. So for internal controls, they very much are involved in that, and I think that financial transparency is key.
Thank you for that. That's really helpful. You actually touched on a couple of my other questions. Why don't we dovetail into the network? Because I wanted to understand, and you got there a little bit. I noticed that some of your sort of financial right sizing had to do with this network and sort of the interrelatedness as it relates to them forgiving loans or forgiving debt. So help me understand the relationship with the network and how it supports you and sort of the sustainability of that.
Okay, thank you very much. We do have a network services agreement that was started in January of 2021, and it states that the parties may agree that any or all payments under this agreement can be deferred in whole or in part if we think that there are liquidity issues, most particularly in the management fee and then the facility fees. So we use that as a support. So right now we only have one pending loan between the network and Learn DC. I'm happy to report that previous loans have been paid off and paid off within the terms of the promissory note. So all of that is part of how we make sure that we manage this. And also too, another thing is based on the network agreement, there is flexibility if throughout the year we see that we need to have negotiations or talk about adjusting some of the terms of the agreement as needed.
Got it. That makes sense. And I saw where you paid off the Aussie loan. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I love to see the retirement of debt. So congratulations. Is the only debt now that you have left the network loan? Is that it?
Yes, it's a $1,483,000 loan, and that has been extended to maturity date June 30th, and they are paying on time.
I understand. And it's what I would call in my mind, it's a friendly loan essentially to inside of your network. I understand. Let's transition because at some point soon you're going to have more debt because you guys are undertaking construction, right? So talk to me about that. I think you have a summer 2028 delivery. What's the timing on you getting started? Where are you with your lender? Do you have your financing approved? Just talk me through it.
Okay, I'm going to defer to Greg White, our CEO.
Thank you, Donna. Great question. If I could, let's just give you a little background, That's okay. And to where we are now. Big picture is, yes, we hope to deliver. We expect to deliver. We will deliver in summer 2028. The intent is a 48,000 square foot building with a capacity of 550 students. We projected cost around $29 million. That's hard costs and all soft costs. That's where we are. Let me just walk you through kind of where at the critical path. One, we've engaged our architect, Studio 27. We are working with the military, and so we're working on design right now. That's step one. Step two, we just have an RFP out now for a construction manager to help us, pre-construction, to help us determine the cost. So once we have the design, we'll then quantify what would actually cost to build the design that we hope to have. That'll allow us to really develop a final construction budget. Now we know how much we need. We can now go to the marketplace. We've identified several potential financial advisors. We'll hire a financial advisor and sort of go to market, figure out the actual cost, the likely source. At the same time, we're also, you can imagine, securing the correct entitlements and all the permits from both the military and department buildings. Let's talk about the money. How do you raise $30 million? Right? Here's the good news. The good news is, this is our 11th school. We've done this before. Right? So, we've done we borrowed money for new construction, for expansion, you name it. Learn also has S&P investment grade rating, a triple B investment grade rating. There are also, so one source is the public market. Another source is EFF. Are you familiar with Equitable Facilities Fund? They lend money. Yes. So Equitable Facilities Fund, self-help was a federal credit union. They do the $30 million to charter schools. We've had multiple conversations. And right now the market's around 6%, 35-year amortization. Right? That's kind of where the market is. And one thing to figure out is, how do we leverage Learn's balance sheet, our track record, our relationships to secure the most affordable debt. There are also, by the way, sources of equity. There's a recently announced Department of Defense put out they have a $100 million grant program for schools of high military populations. So we know we sort of fit that category. We also do quite a bit of fundraising. We love an opportunity to put someone's name on the building. And we've had success with some other schools that way. So we are confident. What we don't know is the price. What will it cost, right? Is it 6%? Is it the price in terms? But we've done this before. And working in partnership with Learn DC, we are confident we can get this one. And we have 2.5 years, which is a strong lead time.
It seems that way until you get started. Let me ask you something. When you said you said you were a triple B bond, repeat that part for me again.
Sure. Learn the network, not Learn DC, but the network.
Okay.
Has been rated. We just had our rating affirmed. We are triple E investment grade.
Oh, the network.
Yes. Network, correct.
I got it.
Right. And we're trying to figure out how do we
leverage that.
Correct.
I understand. Okay, very good. So then what is your timeline? Because you talked me through where you are, and so I think you said you've engaged your architect already. You're RFP for a construction or for a finance manager or a construction manager. At what point do you actually put pen to paper and submit an application to a financial institution? When does that happen?
Sure.
Really, your timeline.
Winter 2026 is our intent to really go to market and pursue funding us. How's that?
Yeah.
Pursue the funding.
Yeah.
The goal would be to close on the funding by spring of 2027.
Okay.
And again, Equitable Facilities Fund, self-help, banks. There's quite a bit of money out there.
Yep. And thank you for providing so you said 48,000 square feet, which would accommodate up to 550 students. I won't spend too much time on this because I'm assuming, and I don't see Dr. Walker Davis, but my question would be for staff. Obviously, they would have to come before us again for a facilities amendment to move forward with this. Is that right, Dr. Walker Davis?
That is correct, Treasurer. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. My only sort of line of questioning for you, Mr. White and team, would be at some point you will come back to us to talk through your facilities amendment. 48,000 square feet is a lot. 550 students is a lot. And so I would be interested in interrogating around that number and sort of where the project has to be, or where enrollment has to be for the project to work, and what your sort of break-even number is. So I'm going to interrogate those numbers so that I sort of understand the thinking behind it. The only other thing that I would leave you with is sort of what I said earlier. A delivery summer 2028 seems far away, but when you're undertaking this construction project, which seems to be as large as what you're proposing, that actually is not a lot of time. And so I look forward to hearing from you all again when those plans submit further. And that's all I have, Vice Chair Salmon.
Thank you. Secretary Adamafanian, did you have your hand up?
I did, but it's okay, Vice Chair. You go ahead.
Okay. My questions have been asked by others. If there are no other questions, I call for a motion.
So moved.
The motion is to continue the charter of Learn DC Public Charter School. Is there a second?
A second.
Secretary Adamafanian, would you call the roll, please?
Vice Chair Sandman,
I vote aye, and I have a proxy from Leah Cruzy voting aye as well.
Treasurer Stanley Beatty,
I'm an aye, and congratulations again.
Board Member Yan,
Aye.
Board Member Marino,
Aye.
Board Member Williams,
Aye.
and I am an aye as well, Vice Chair.
Learn DC, you've been renewed. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation and for your responsiveness to all our questions this evening. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you from the board chair to another board chair or vice chair. Thank you. Thank you to the board as well for your due diligence and for your partnership. Thank you.
Thank you, and you're welcome. Next, we'll proceed to consider Rocket Ship Public Charter School.
Rocket Ship Public Charter School is up for its 10-year review. The school educates 1,083 students in grades pre-K 3 through 5 across 3 campuses located in wards 5, 7, and 8. DC PCSB staff assess the school's charter goals performance using goal attainment pathways for school years 22-23, 23-24, and 24-25 per the charter goals policy. Rocket Ship Public Charter School Infinity fully met a goal attainment pathway in school year 22-23 by exceeding the target score of 40% on OSSI's DC school report card. In school year 23-24, the Infinity campus did not meet a goal attainment pathway, nor did it substantially or partially meet a goal attainment pathway. In school year 24-25, the Infinity campus fully met a goal attainment pathway by earning a level 3 or higher on Aspire. Rocket Ship Public Charter School Legacy partially met a goal attainment pathway in school year 22-23 by exceeding publisher growth criteria on its nationally normed growth assessment in English language arts. The Legacy campus partially met a pathway in school year 23-24 by exceeding state or sector performance or demonstrating improvement in 5 of 7 transitional goals measures. In school year 24-25, the Legacy campus fully met a goal attainment pathway by improving its Aspire score compared to the prior year. Rocket Ship Public Charter School Rise partially met a goal attainment pathway in school year 22-23 and school year 23-24 by exceeding state or sector performance or demonstrating improvement in 5 of 7 transitional goals. In school year 24-25, the Rise campus fully met a goal attainment pathway by improving its Aspire score compared to the prior year. DC PCSB staff determined that the school has not committed a material violation of law or of its charter. DC PCSB staff also determined that the school has not engaged in a pattern of non-adherence to generally accepted accounting principles, has not engaged in a pattern of fiscal mismanagement, and is economically viable. Based on these findings, DC PCSB staff recommends that the board vote to approve Rocket Ship to continue its charter. Rocket Ship Public Charter School representatives are available to speak about the school's performance over the past 5 years and to answer the board's questions.
Thank you. Rocket Ship team, welcome. Would your team leader please introduce himself or herself and your colleagues?
Good evening. I'm Zakia Sakour, Executive Director with Rocket Ship DC. I'll be introducing our team. Starting with Jaquan Bryant, Principal of Rocket Ship Rise Academy. Latoya Pearson, Principal of Infinity Community Prep. Ashley Watson is our Regional Director of Culture. Eric Newman, VP of Programs. Dr. Brandon Prasad, Director of Integrated Special Education Programs. Benjamin Carson, CFO, Chief Financial Officer. Kamuzu Sanders, DC Board Chair. Preston Smith, CEO of Rocket Ship National.
Thank you. You may proceed.
All right. Good evening, Chair, members of the board, and the staff of the DC Public Charter School Board. I'm Kia Sakor, the Executive Director of Rocket Ship DC. Thank you for the opportunity to be here tonight. On behalf of Rocket Ship Public Schools and Rocket Ship DC, I want to begin by expressing our deep appreciation for the rigor, transparency, and professionalism of this review process. We value our partnership with PCSB and welcome both the affirmations and constructive feedback reflected throughout this review. Over the past decade, Rocket Ship DC has demonstrated what is possible when students from systemically marginalized communities are given access to personalized instruction, committed educators, and engaged families. In our early years, we delivered compelling academic results and meaningful gap-closing outcomes. In 2018, Rocket Ship Legacy Prep was one of only 5 schools recognized by PCSB for closing gaps with at-risk students. In 2019, both Rocket Ship DC schools, Legacy Prep and RISE, were named Bold Performance Schools by Empower K-12. We know the Rocket Ship model works for DC students and families. That's why I joined the Rocket Ship DC board back in 2018. I was drawn to Rocket Ship's focus on personalized learning, talent development, and parent power. Of course, like all school systems, we were deeply affected by the pandemic. As Rocket Ship DC schools reopened, city restrictions prevented us from operating a core feature of our program, the rotational model. Simultaneously, we were implementing a new leadership structure across the organization. In 2020, in the middle of the pandemic, we created the executive director role for the first time in our region. This was a thoughtful and well-intentioned decision. We believed that local leadership and greater regional autonomy would better serve our students, families, and staffs. Our goal was to empower local leaders to respond to community needs. In practice, this combination, new leadership, unprecedented disruption, and increased autonomy led to misalignment. The region stopped implementing core elements of our proven model, and neither the DC board nor the national network intervened quickly enough. We own that. We recognized that our systems did not respond with the urgency required and that our students felt the consequences. But that is not where our story ends. Over the last 2 years, we've taken deliberate, system-level action to restore model fidelity, strengthen leadership, rebuild attendance systems, and improve instructional execution. As a result, all 3 of our schools met their Aspire targets in school year 24-25, an important indicator that our academic systems have stabilized and that our improvement efforts are working. This year, we unveiled our vision and rallying cry, DC Strong, which signifies our intent to attain strong performance across all 3 campuses on Aspire this year. DC Strong is designed to restore fidelity to the Rocket Ship instructional model and strengthen classroom execution. Through DC Strong, we have reinstated rotations, small group instruction, and teacher specialization. We've strengthened coaching systems with regular observation, feedback, and follow-up. We've implemented school-wide data cycles that are used to inform our daily instructional practices. And finally, we've increased regional and national walkthroughs to monitor execution and support leaders. In the 26-27 school year, our DC Strong strategy will expand to pre-K 3 and pre-K 4. We are proud of the collaboration that we've had with Appletree over the past 10 years, but through careful reflection, we've determined that operating early childhood education directly is in the best interest of our community. We see clearly that the longer students experience the Rocket Ship model, the more they benefit from cumulative years of academic growth, character development, and achievement. By welcoming our youngest learners into the rocketship community from the very start, we can ensure stronger alignment, deeper relationships, and even greater long-term impact for every child. We're in the early stages of implementing our DC Strong strategy, and we're already seeing real progress. Attendance is among the strongest in the city. We've reduced chronic absenteeism by 24 percentage points this past year. Families are re-engaging with us. In a recent family survey, 81% of families said they would recommend rocketship to another family. And finally, student growth is improving. From last winter to spring, our students have made over a year's worth of growth in reading and math across all schools on our NWA assessment. This progress is grounded in renewed partnership between our DC board, our regional leadership, and the Rocketship National Network. We have strengthened governance, clarified expectations, and built faster response mechanisms so that challenges are addressed early and directly. At the same time, we remain clear-eyed about the work ahead. ELA proficiency must continue to rise. Enrollment and retention must continue to recover. And every student at every campus deserves consistent, high-quality education every day. We approach this next chapter with humility, accountability, and confidence. Not because the work is finished, not because the work is easy, but because we have systems in place to do the work well. We're grateful to PCSB's partnership and oversight, and we view this board as an essential partner in our continued growth. We're committed to transparency, continuous improvement, and disciplined execution. Most importantly, we're committed to our students and families. We look forward to continuing this work together to ensure that every rocketship student in Washington, D.C. receives the excellent education they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Board members, questions? Board Member Marino.
Thank you so much, Vice Chair Sandman. First, I want to just thank the Rocketship team for being here. I really appreciate the chance to talk to all of you tonight, members of the DC team, the DC board, and also the national colleagues that have joined. I know this is a partnership between all of you, and just appreciate the engagement. I also want to thank your community members who joined us in the public hearing to share their perspective, which is really, really valuable. And I want to thank you for starting us off on a tone of candor and ownership, because I know that in your initial charter and in the work you've done over time, you set out to achieve really ambitious objectives, and the performance right now is not what you set out for. So I want to start us off by talking about academics. As you noted in your opening presentation, and as the staff noted in their report, there is both low performance in ELA and in math. That's in terms of absolute proficiency, but also in terms of growth. And in particular at the Legacy and Rise campuses, I'm worried about the academic performance. And so as an example of that, in every year of this review period, Rise had single-digit proficiency in both subjects. And so it's a concerning pattern. You spoke to in your statement and in the response that you provided in writing before this meeting, your history of having stronger performance and of the model that you believe can drive results. So I just want to dig in a little bit deeper on some of that. Could you talk specifically to some of the factors that you think most contributed to this performance decline that we saw over the course of this review period, and just help us understand that at a greater level of detail?
Absolutely. Yes. I'll start with you asked about RISE and RLP, and I'll start with RLP because our RLP has been hardest hit by our recovery efforts, and that has been due to inconsistent and misaligned leadership over the years. I'm proud to say that we have strong and consistent leadership at RISE over the last 2 years, and we're seeing progress. And I'll pass it to Jaquan to talk a little bit about some of the work that he's doing there. But yes. ROP has had inconsistent leadership, and we know research says that the principal is the second most influential predictor of student achievement. And so we've had inconsistent leadership there for the last couple of years. I am proud to say now that we have 2 seasoned leaders at RLP that are We're confident they're going to be able to stabilize the culture and move students towards proficiency in math and reading. Those leaders are not on this call right now, but Mensah Ma, who some of you may know, has stepped in. He was also formerly on the Rocketship board as well, but has stepped in as principal at RLP at this moment. And so really happy to see that. We are in the process right now of stabilizing that culture at the school, and we are utilizing the supports that we have received from the school improvement plan at RLP to make sure that we're providing high impact tutoring to our most struggling students. And we've also restructured the leadership team at RLP to provide additional support in literacy to our students. So we have 2 literacy leaders, one at the lower level and one at the upper levels, that are so providing coaching to teachers, but also providing small group instruction to teachers. So we've done some restructuring at the leadership team to make sure that those supports are in place. But the most important thing that we've done, I think, across all of our campuses is re-engage the rocketship model. What we found is that once we got off model, those results were not there. We know that the rocketship model, when we work the model works for us and it works for our community. And so that's the key piece. When we think about DC Strong, and our goal, as I said in my opening statement, is to make sure that we are providing strong performance across our schools, and being on the rocketship model is a part of that. I want to share some highlights, though, in the last year from RLP, and before I pass it to Jaquan. Just to share what has happened in the last couple of years. One, we have earned 10 percentage point gains on an IC accountability score. So we're happy to see that, given that the work that we've done to get back on model and provide these additional supports, that is showing up in our accountability score with IC. And then we've exceeded the 3-year math goal in our school improvement plan. And so 55% of our students are meeting their growth proficiency targets at the moment. So there's a lot of progress. And yes, you're right, concerning performance at this moment, but we know that we are in the process where we're rebuilding the region and accelerating progress for students. Mr. Bryant, would you like to share context for RISE?
Absolutely. And thanks so much, Zakia, for the opportunity to talk about what is happening specifically at RISE. And so one thing that we realized is that we had to take a full spectrum approach in terms of addressing the growth and achievement gap that we've seen in terms of student performance at RISE. And a prerequisite to that that we noticed early on in my tenure as principal was attendance. And so one of the things that I'm very proud to share is that we've seen our chronic absenteeism rate go from a high of 82% in school year 21-22 to our current rate of 34%. And again, I want to frame that as a prerequisite, because once we have our students in the building, we have to make sure we're concerned with consistent, high quality instruction. And so at the same time that we were focused on attendance, we also made sure that we focused on instructional quality by, to Zakia's point, committing ourselves to the standard rocketship principle of adult development. And I'm proud to report that through our focus on individualized coaching, both in outside of instruction one-on-ones, as well as real-time coaching right in the moment of instruction, we've seen our level of tier 3 and tier 4 teachers go from 0 tier 3 and tier 4 teachers, meaning teachers who meet or exceed our evaluation criteria, from 0 teachers in that category to 5 teachers in that category. And that's significant because the most heavily weighted category in our evaluation structure is real student impact. So those students that we are seeing leaving the bottom quartile in our NWEA MAP assessments, and students who are entering the 67th and above percentile, which MAP categorizes as the college and career readiness metric. And so from there, what we've seen as an impact of those investments is 10% more students scoring in the 67th percentile or higher in our middle of year MAP assessments just this year. And then we've also seen reductions in the bottom bucket of students, those students who would have been considered well below grade level. We've seen a 16% reduction in math and a 9% reduction in reading. And what we know from our historic data is that our end of year, our middle of year to end of year data results are actually stronger than our middle of year results. And so we expect to see even stronger returns on the investment in staff development by the end of this school year.
That is really encouraging. I appreciate you sharing it, and particularly Really impressive change in chronic absenteeism, and I'm sure that was an incredible effort from your team and from your families and from your Rocketeers themselves. So thank you for sharing that. You outlined in your presentation a number of things you're doing, and there's clearly no single thing that it's going to take to turn around this performance. It requires the shifts in governance, in leadership, in curriculum, and teacher supports. But you very graciously invited me to visit last week. And so I got to see some of this up close. And I'm wondering if you could talk through a few examples of the specific steps you're taking that you think will most concretely drive the performance changes in a way that students and families can feel in the next, in the rest of the school year, into next school year. Just give us a little bit more detail on what some of those supports look like that you think are going to be most high leverage on a student level.
Great. I think one of the things that I would love to highlight that I think is making the greatest impact is investing in our leaders. And so what we know, again, leaders are the second most important, next to teachers, greatest lever to improve student achievement. And so what we've done is invested heavily in our leaders. We're working with Simply Great Schools to build capacity of our leaders to ensure that they're able to provide just right coaching feedback to teachers, to inform feedback cycles and one-on-one, so that we are working with teachers around their intellectual prep. We're really making sure that the highest leverage skills are being taught and learned by our students. And so our big bet this year is really investing in our leaders and making sure that we have a smaller caseload for our leaders to be supporting their teachers. And so that's one thing that we've done, I think, across the board. When you were visiting RLP last week, Jesus, that was like 2 weeks ago. You actually were there while we were working with No Nonsense Nurturer, and we were taking walkthroughs with one of our leaders to make sure he's able to also coach around instructional practices and the culture pieces that are necessary to make sure that students are learning. And so our big bet this year is making sure that our leaders have the capacity to really develop our teachers, which is one of the key components of the rocketship model. Making sure that we prioritize teacher development. Jaquan was speaking to teachers moving through tiers. That's something that we actually monitor and map. And so making sure that our leaders have the capacity to really build our teachers is key. And getting back on that rocketship model. So we're in year 2 of that piece of the process. I think using data and those data and coaching cycles and making sure that they're really tight is another piece and another lever that we're using. We want to make sure that we're looking at data and making shifts based on that data, and using data well at every level of the organization, whether it be attendance data. As you know, we've really tried to tackle attendance. And so we're looking at data all the time, whether it's attendance data, instructional data. We're always trying to make sure that our team has the data that they need. We have a lot of data that we can be using, but we want to make sure that it's targeted so that it's moving results for students.
Thank you so much. That's really helpful to hear the additional detail. And then my last question, because I know there are a lot of hands up. You have a really high hill to climb, as you've described it, in K-5, in terms of ELA work, math work, but also culture work with families around attendance. It's really very comprehensive, the work that you need to take on. And in the midst of that, you've made this choice to also take on the shift and to take on pre-K. And I understand the decision making that you described in terms of why that's important to you. You also described in some of the written reports that you believe that shift will allow you to make some of the programmatic investments that will drive quality over time. And it's a lot to do that in the middle of all of the other work you're undertaking. So can you speak to how you're approaching the implementation of pre-K3 and pre-K4, and how you can do that in a way that allows those programs to be incredibly successful while also taking on this turnaround work across so many different domains?
Yep. So as everyone knows, Rocketship has always been committed to providing high quality preschool through 5th grade education as part of our charter. So we've always provided it. That we didn't operate for the first 10 years. And again, through DC Strong, now that we have the systems and infrastructure in place, and these data cycles that we in the support and governance structures across the organization, we feel like we have the infrastructure in place to be able to manage this. But we've been in this plan. This plan has been kind of discussed on our board for several years. Like, when are we going to take it over? And so in the last year, we've taken action steps to start the planning to operate early childhood in-house. Because we do think it's the best for our students in the long term. And we think it'll be a smooth transition for our families. Once they enroll with us, they don't have to think about other options once they come into our school. So what we've done over the last year is we have an expert on our team an early childhood expert on our team who has led the pilot across the organization. They led pilots in our Wisconsin school and California schools to look at different curricula, to help us determine what the vision for preschool pre-K will be for DC. We do have models of pre-K running in our California and Wisconsin schools, pre-K 4. So pre-K 3 will be new for us. But we have taken this year to set the vision, to look at staffing, to think through how we want to take this on. And so we've done this work in the planning stages over this last year, and we made the strategic decision with the approval of our board to pilot ECE at one of our campuses. Obviously, we have 3 campuses, and we know we are very protective of the gains that we're making so far and the strides that we're making so far. So we too want to be careful about how we do this. And so we've taken this year of planning to look at different factors. And one factor in selecting RISE was that it's the smallest program. It's the smallest ECE program that we have. We believe that taking on this pilot at this time will allow us to learn before launching the other 2 campuses in the next school year. And one other piece that we are really excited to share is that we are seeing community interest. The applications for preschool pre-K are up by 10 percentage points from where they were last year. And so we do see demand from the community and interest from the community here. But we do want to make sure that we are able to still prioritize the work that we've been doing K-5 at all of our other campuses. So we have a early childhood director who has been on our team, but who will be continuing with us to lead this pilot to make sure that we are in compliance and that we have the highest quality program for early childhood.
Thank you so much. It's really helpful to hear the additional detail on how you'll tackle that. And I would just encourage the whole team to have really thoughtful monitoring of the early implementation of pre-K, because it can be your biggest win, right? If you get 3 and 4-year-olds who really are deeply embedded and attending school every day and learning ELA and math the way that you want, it can drive incredible change over time. And I think pre-K 3 in DC and pre-K 4 is really unique. I would say DC is uniquely strong in its pre-K 3 and pre-K 4 game. So I would just encourage you all to visit as many schools as you can in DC that have very, very successful pre-K 3 and 4 programs and learn from them. Because I do think what your colleagues are doing around the city in terms of pre-K is really outstanding. And there's a ton that we can all learn from looking at the best in class programs. So thank you.
Thank you for that, Maura. We have actually been in conversation with folks at Friendship and also at DC Prep. And so we have been in conversation, and they have been offering support to us and willing to come in and support us with evaluation, making sure that we are up to, that we understand the class system. And so we are in conversation with them about some of those particulars.
That's great.
Board Member Adamafanian.
Thank you so much, Vice Chair. Good evening to the Rocket Ship team. Thank you for your presentation. I have some questions. Just bear with me. We'll get through them. So in addition to the concerning academic performance, enrollment has declined over the review period, particularly at Legacy and Rise's campus. Since your last review, Legacy and Rise has gone from a high of 710 students to 320. Those are drops of almost 300 to 400 students at each campus, 300 and 400 students at each campus. What do you think caused those steep declines, and what is your plan to increase enrollment?
Thank you for that question. Well, I think there are a number of factors that contributed to those declines. I'll just start with the first couple years following the pandemic. Following the pandemic, we decided, and I say we because I was also on the board at the time, we decided to prioritize wellness and relationships within the community. And I think we went a little bit too far and spent too much time there. And I will say that local control at that time did support us with supporting our families. We believe that it was the right call to prioritize wellness and relationships within the community because of the impact that COVID had on our community. And if you all recall, we were one of the first LEAs to return and to mandate vaccines when we returned. What I think happened is that the executive team at that time underestimated the change management that would take to shift the community's focus from wellness to a focus on outcomes. By the 23-24 school year, we were severely off model. Again, I mentioned we've had leadership challenges. We have stable leadership at RISE right now, but for the years following the pandemic, there was unstable leadership at RISE. We currently have unstable leadership at RLP. In school year 23-24, we adopted new curriculum and we had teachers who had been with us. So teachers who had been with us who understood the rocket ship model now had to learn new curriculum, but we were no longer on the rocket ship model. And so those teachers were learning new curriculum, learning new instructional practices. And on top of that, we implemented a calendar that was not family friendly. And with that calendar that would be implemented, parents either opted out on those days, which impacted attendance. Chronic absenteeism kind of went through the roof that year, or some families withdrew altogether. So this getting off model really has had a crippling effect on our community. It impacted staff. It impacted staff service delivered to students. It impacted student experience. And once the student experience is impacted, families walk. And so all of that together impacted some of the declines that you see. And so we're in the process right now of rebuilding trust with families and our staff through DC Strong. Was there a second part to your question?
Yes, my second part was a bit more detail in terms of your plans to increase enrollment. You mentioned the DC Strong piece. What does that mean?
Really getting back on the rocket ship model is the key piece around the DC Strong, but making sure that there's instructional fidelity, that we are paying attention to systems. We don't want a situation where we know, I think at the beginning of the call here, Chairman Sandman mentioned systems is the thing that we know we need to have in place. We can't rely on an individual leader or individual campus. We have to have systems in place to help us monitor progress, but also to make sure that we be able to make adjustments that are needed. So specifically what we're doing to increase enrollment is improve the quality of our programming. We know that is the key to getting back on track and rebuilding family trust. And so if we improve the instructional quality of our program and improve our family partnerships, we see that as a key lever to improving our enrollment. I can have Ashley Watson share a little bit more about how we're planning to further engage our families.
So we're approaching our enrollment gaps through a couple different strategies. As Akia named, we are very much treating retention as our core enrollment strategy. Sustainable enrollment begins with keeping the families that we have. And our retention, as Akia named, is directly tied to our quality. But some of the other pieces we've worked over the last couple of years to really strengthen have become our expanded before and after care offerings, which our families have indicated are very much needed and appreciated. At RISE, we operate a free before and after care, and at our other two campuses, we run our own internal aftercare year, where we've also implemented partnerships that focus on enrichment, specifically in the arts, tutoring, as well as sports programming, to really meet the needs that families are naming that they want to see and enrichment opportunities they want to see with their students. We're also strengthening our early grade pipeline. So our recruitment efforts are focusing on long-term stability beginning through pre-K 3 and kindergarten. We're investing our recruitment resources into those early grades and intentionally addressing some historical transition gaps we've seen from pre-K into kindergarten, so students are entering earlier and remain with us through elementary school. And we're also refining our recruitment and enrollment systems. As Zakia named, so much of our work has to rely on making sure we are looking at our data consistently and that there is a systematic approach to addressing when we see gaps. We now review that enrollment data. We are in the middle of the lottery. The My School DC application data is being reviewed on a weekly basis, working directly with our recruiting team, as well as at our school and regional levels, making sure that we're looking at those families who are applying to us, engaging with them early. We've hosted a series of virtual and in-person open houses, tours, and really focusing on kind of as we get into enrollment season, reducing the lag to prevent avoidable drop-offs during the application process or the enrollment process between applying to full enrollment. And we're already starting to see some measurable indicators of this strategy. First, kind of our mid-year stability across our region is coming in above 95%, meaning each of our campuses is keeping about 95% of students who enroll with us at the beginning of the year are still with us. We are also seeing kind of early intent to return data. We just finished our intent to return survey with families, and we're seeing across the region, 80% of families indicating that they do plan to return to us next year. Specifically at RISE and RIC, we're seeing at RISE 89%, RIC 86% of families indicating that they plan to return. And this is a considerable increase from where we were last year. And then lastly, as it relates to kind of our applications, we are seeing, as Zakia named earlier, about a 10% increase in early childhood applications across our campuses, with demand really focusing in those early grades.
Got it. Thank you. My next question is kind of going back to your academic improvement plan. Specifically, Rocketship, you all are under 2 improvement plans required by OSSE due to performance concerns. One is because the Legacy campus, via the DC School Report Card score, fell within the bottom 5% of all public schools in school year 23 and 24. And then the other is because of special education performance weakness. Heard a lot about what you're doing academically, the investments in leadership, etc. But would love to kind of dig in a little bit more around special education and would love to hear you describe some of the improvement strategies you're using for your special education population. And what progress have you seen with the implementation of these plans?
Great. I'll just introduce Dr. Prasad and have him take it away. But I want to just name, when I stepped into the role 2 years ago, almost now, 18 months ago, special education was compliance. We were the second least compliant school in the city. And so one of the things we did by bringing on Dr. Prasad, he was charged with 2 things. One was making sure that we were coming into compliance and that we were improving instruction and service delivery for students, and making sure that our staff was highly trained and that we had high quality staff in-house working with our students. And so I'll pass it to Dr. Prasad to share specifically what he's been working on and the results that his team has attained.
Thank you, Zakia, and thank you for that question. It's critical to our success in the conversation around academic achievement and compliance because we know compliance informs instruction and instruction informs compliance. And when there's gaps in one, there's gaps in the other. So In my first year, last school year, 24-25, I came in and, as Zakia named, had a lot of cleanup to do as it relates to IEPs and eligibilities being expired. Part of that was from the rollover from Easy IP to special programs, but also our own accountability to ensuring that we're holding true to these legally bound deadlines in service of our students and our families. So a lot of the first part of last year was spent cleaning up and ensuring that we are getting back into compliance. That looked like a lot of coaching and development with our ISE or special education teachers on how to develop high quality IEPs and ensuring that we're creating IEP goals that are informed by the data, by student data, not just what's appropriate for grade level, but where students are currently performing and how we can ensure that we're monitoring their achievement to those IEP goals and then towards their grade level standards. At the second part of last year, in the spring, we looked at our special education service delivery, specifically our related services. Last year, we ran our related services with about 11 plus contractors across all related service areas, from social work to speech pathologists to occupational therapists. And I'm grateful to Zakia and our DC board and national board for hearing me in my role as the director of special education and allowing us to innovate in the sense of we need to bring folks in-house. So for this year, we got that in action last year for hiring season. And for this year, we were able to bring 7 direct related service providers in-house and decreasing our contracted related services to about 4 currently. And that's estimated to save us about $500,000 per year, given just the contractual costs and so forth. Other systems and structures coming into this year were last year I was the director of special education, and I relied on partnership with our school principals on to coach our special education teams at the schools level. And this year, we I'm very happy we have 3 special education leaders, one at each campus, that are campus-based leaders that sit on the school leadership teams, and they're able to be in the decision making at the schools level related to MTSS, related to ensuring that our teams are in compliance and we're meeting the needs of all of our students. And that it can sound, as Zakia named, as Ashley was talking, it can sound like we're doing a lot all at the same time. And we are, because we know the stakes are high and we need to move urgently for our students and for our families. But also, as we started with Board Member Sandman, and you're stating that our systems and structures need to be 100%. It's not just, we can't just rely on one leader or a cadre of leaders. So with that, all the new individuals and folks, we've ensured that our systems for collaboration and communication, both at the schools level and then across the region, is consistent and that time is honored. So with our special education managers, we have weekly development. Half of that time is focused on compliance and ensuring the campus is in compliance related to IEPs and eligibilities. And then the other half is related to instructional support in both core curriculum and intervention. And then the last piece that I'll name is the time that I'm able to spend. I know I speak with a lot of my colleagues in the director of special education role across the city, and they're often bogged down with just compliance, or they're not seen as an instructional leader. And I'm grateful to work with Rocket Ship, where I'm seen both as a compliance leader and instructional expert when it comes to special education. So honoring or holding the time sacred with our special education leaders, and when principals join on a biweekly basis, we walk through our special education spaces and provide that real-time in-the-moment coaching at all levels. Myself coaching the principal to coach the special education leader. When the principal is not with us, myself to the special education leader to the special education teacher and co-teaching team.
And can you speak to what progress you're seeing to date as a result of all these shifts?
Yes. So at the ending of last school year, our students with disabilities outperformed their general education peers across all three campuses on our NWA MAP assessment in both reading and math, achieving 1.1 years of growth last school year. When it comes to this school year, winter to winter growth, last year we were at this point below a year's worth of growth or projection of growth. This year we're at 1.2 in math and 1.1 in reading. So academic achievement, we are on track to continue to see that growth and to outperform the growth that we saw last year within our students with disabilities. And then compliance-wise, special programs has been multiple iterations and reports have been released, which I'm grateful for because it allows for a systems level view into compliance. And that we've seen a lot of traction and growth there, but also knowing that we need to continue. Just because we're seeing that traction and growth with compliance, we can't pull back our foot from the gas pedal. We need to continue to develop our teams there.
Thank you. And again, I appreciate your thorough response to these questions, both for enrollment and improving academics. Again, just want to continue to encourage you all to dig deep and stay right there, because that's what's going to mean the difference for the young people and the families who entrust you with their young people. And that was the promise of you all coming to the city. So kudos to you for the early wins that you're seeing. Kudos to the rocket ship team. Vice Chair Salmon, I'm done with my line of questioning. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Williams. You're on mute.
Sorry, I'm figuring this out. We've only been online for how long at this point? Thank you, Vice Chair Sandman. And so many questions I've had, have been addressed by some of the prior board members, so I don't want to rehash those. I do want to also recognize the rocket ship team of, both your just the honesty and fidelity that you're engaging in the conversation, and so many of the investments and improvements that you guys have made to date, the turnaround, the cleanup, the improvement plans clearly seem to be having effect and that focus. But had three sort of areas I wanted to maybe dig into a little bit more with you. One was just around this enrollment where where Shakura ended, which was, you talked about how you were seeing, 95% sticking with you at the mid-year point, 80% intent to re-enroll. Obviously, far cry from what your prior numbers looked like in terms of enrollment and maintenance. How does truancy look like this year? And is truancy improved as well, and what does that look like?
I'm going to pass that right to Ashley Watson, but we are very proud of our truancy rates. But Ashley, you can share more about that.
Yes. To answer your question, truancy has greatly improved. Going back over the last couple of years, each of our campuses have received notices of concern specifically around exceeding the 20% truancy rate, and very proud to date to show, as a result of a lot of the systems work that we have done, and particularly fidelity of systems, fidelity to systems, fidelity to looking at our data weekly, daily, and digging in deep with our teams. All of our campuses right now are below 10% truancy. And so our RISE campus is at about 8%, our Legacy campus is at 9%, and Infinity at 6%.
What did you do to make those improvements there?
Great question. It started with really digging deep. When I came into this role about 2 years ago, our numbers, whether with chronic absenteeism, truancy, were unacceptable. And a big part of it had to do with examining what was happening day to day on the ground, and really looking at One, did the systems match the needs? Did the staffing match the needs? Was there fidelity to the system? Was there regular kind of data management oversight looking at our truancy, chronic absentee, attendance data in the same way we look at academic data, and really looking to see kind of where the breakdowns were in the systems. And what I saw was that the systems that were being used and the way, kind of really a lack of fidelity to follow through when we saw patterns rising. We were doing a lot of reactive work instead of a lot of proactive work. And so a lot of what that looked like was essentially going back to square one and coming up with very clear protocols and systems that allowed us to be much more proactive when we saw concerns coming up. And so utilizing everyday labs that kind of through that OSSI partnership, looking at historical data across campuses, but diving down to the student level, looking at students who had issues with chronic absenteeism, who were truant in prior years, identifying them early, coming up with engagement plans with those families very, very early, in many cases before the school year even started, to make sure that they knew we were here as a support, making sure that we were consistently following up and addressing barriers where we saw it. And I think with truancy specifically, what we saw was that it had a lot to do with how we were managing communication from families. And so we adopted Parent Square about 2 years ago, which helped do a little bit of the automating around reconciling attendance. But we also, on the internal side, ramped up our front office teams, where our front office office manager, as well as our office assistants, registrars, within the first hour of the day, we're calling families as soon as they're absent. We're getting reasons, we're understanding barriers, we're identifying why students are not in school daily. And we're approaching a lot of that work with care. And I think the care piece is where we're really starting to see kind of the payoff across our attendance work, in that families are surfacing where there are barriers, specifically around transportation, around access to just basic necessities to be able to engage with us. And we are starting to see kind of where before it was difficult to engage with families. Families are much more readily coming to us and naming when there are barriers, which allows us to really support, get them into school, and when they are out for excused absences, they're letting us know proactively. And I think that is a huge shift in our attendance culture that's really driving the work we see around truancy, chronic absenteeism, in-seat attendance, all of the things.
Thank you. Just shifting gears a little bit now, this is my second meeting here as a member of the board, and if there's a trend that sort of I've started to notice, it's schools are, as they're coming in here, they sort of are acknowledging, oh, 2 years ago or about that period of time, we started to really pay attention to the data. We realized it wasn't where it needed to be. And as we're coming up for, we've been coming into our renewal cycle, we change leadership, we re-engage, we start to pay attention. And, so much of accountability comes down to transparency and data, right? And just looking at it, responding to it. That's what I'm hearing from this team about when I'm listening to all the incredible work that you all are doing that is now showing growth back, trying to try to climb back to where you should be. I guess how is it, and how do you guys how are you all making sure, A, that you do not return to that place and we do not lose that focus that has been driven by this review cycle? And and I'm curious as how you're doing it. I'm also curious as to, if you were in my position or you were advising us, how should we as a board make sure that schools like Rocket Ship maintain that focus, and beyond that beyond just that review cycle period? Because we can't make gains only to go through the cycle and then lose them over the next 5 years, to then have to come back and remake those gains again. And and so how do we maintain that trajectory and maintain that growth, but maintain that focus on that transparency and that data that leads to that growth?
It's a very complex question, so thank you. Thank you for that. I think one of the things that it's interesting because I was on the rocket ship board for 6 years before stepping into this role. So I've been watching from a different seat, um, kind of how things have been going, right? And I'm gonna say largely as I look across this team, this is a fairly new team. This team is a new team that's been constructed in the last few years. So this is, just to be clear, we're not stepping into this work for the review. We hold ourselves to a high standard. And I believe we have the right team to do the work, and we're doing this work now. So I appreciate your question, but I just want to just name this work is personal to me because I was sitting on the board for 6 years before stepping into the ED role. But going back to kind of how we can ensure that this doesn't happen again, I think there are a number of systems in place from a governance standpoint, from the collaboration between our national network and our regional team, and the national network and our board. There's like a trifecta of collaboration that ensures that we are looking at the right data, that we have dashboards that show us how we're making progress. And when we're not making progress, we're able to stop and intervene and make quick adjustments. And so we've put those systems in place in the last 3 years, I would say, to ensure that we are able to monitor that progress. And again, I think one of the key pieces that we've learned as an organization in the DC region is to make sure that we are codifying the systems, that they don't walk away with people once they leave. But like I just named, this is a new team. And so what we don't want to happen is that this team in the next 10 years is gone and everything that we've learned is out in the ether somewhere. And so as we are rebuilding the region, we also are codifying these systems and making sure that we know what works, and then that may change. What works now is not gonna work in the next 3 years, and so we have to continue to readjust, but work with every level of the organization to make sure that we are codifying the systems and they don't live with any one person. Kamuzu Sanders, our board chair, would you like to add anything about the governance structures that support this?
Absolutely. Thank you all for your time tonight. I didn't know the meetings could go so long, but this is all important questions, so I'm happy to be here. When I think about governance, I think it's important on multiple levels. We are a national organization. We have a DC board charter that's owned by the board, but governance is hugely important. The DC board is independent. We have an achievement team. We have a business committee. Both of those committees have respective seats on our national board as well. Everyone from our board can listen to the national board meetings. They're public. Importantly, one of the things I found hugely impactful is that we also have someone who's independent of the achievement and the business committee chairs, but has a voting spot on the national board. So there's a lot of alignment. And when I think about what has empowered the team from my perspective, it's been regional health dashboards. Now, when we think about just the quarterly board meetings, a business meeting, achievement meeting, we know that there's data that's going to be reviewed, it's going to be reviewed consistently. And I think that might be one piece of the puzzle, that the data has always been there, but it was not reviewed with the precision that is being reviewed with now. But I hope that's helpful.
Yeah, very helpful. And I can just say, I hope that the new Aspire framework also is a helpful tool for you all there, and that the clarity in the data that will give you as well. So last question, and I think it gets to what you've talked about. I've heard several times now people talk about and I may have it, my quote may be wrong here, but a return to fidelity to the model.
Mhm.
And, so this is really a question for the folks from Rocket Ship Education, the CMO here. What has changed with your engagement with Rocket Ship DC? How are you all going to ensure that they maintain that fidelity to the model, and how are you supporting them in that model?
Thank you. I'm assuming that question is for Preston Smith.
Thank you, Board Member Williams. Appreciate the question. I will also probably hand it to Mr. Newman, who's our VP of Academics on the East Coast, but I'll answer it as well. I would probably reframe it a bit about fidelity. That's really, I think, less of the focus. I think our core focus has always been on excellence for our Rocketeers and for our communities, and doing that in partnership. And so when we talk about returning to the core model, there are core elements of Rocketship, like how we engage families, like our rotational model, like the real-time coaching. So things you've heard Mr. Bryant, Ashley, Dr. Prasad talk about. But I'd also say there's things that we learned early in DC, and it's returning to those. So how DC staffs special education, and in the 22, 23, 23, 24, we really leaned into regional autonomy. And in doing that, there were decisions made like reducing and significantly shifting the special ed staffing that the results speak for themselves. They were real deficiencies and impacts to student learning. And they were lessons we'd learned in DC that were specific supplements to the Rocketship model. And so thankfully, under Zakia's leadership, stepping in and realigning with the network, but also bringing in folks like Dr. Prasad, we've been able to not only have fidelity, but return back to best practices we've learned in DC that are unique to the Rocketship model and make it better and align with the expectations and needs of our kids in DC. So I would name it was things like that. So I could give you multiple other examples of best practices of our core model that are also best practices of the DC core model that we're able to return to. I think the thing that I would name for us was when Zakia stepped in, what we were able to do was to step back and think about the executive director role, but how we created greater coherence with the network and with national, and to your point, on data. So what were the tools and systems we needed in place to honor the DC region, honor the executive director role, but ensure that we were aligned? And so less, I'd say, around sort of fidelity or a top-down approach, but more what Kamuzu was pointing to, of like, how do we partner in a way that's meaningful and ensure that we're responsive to things that we may be learning in DC that we need to adjust, but also ensuring we have fidelity to best practices like home visits, like the special education model we've learned in DC, like real-time coaching. And so we put in place across the network an organizational health dashboard. Having the Aspire framework was incredibly helpful. We aligned the regional dashboard to your Aspire framework. We review that dashboard nationally and regionally twice a year and go in depth. So if you've been attending our committee meetings and board meetings in this round, in this Q2 round, they've been highlighted. And that has significantly shifted our ability to have really deep conversations, not only around the data, but is data trending in the right direction? And therefore, what are we learning? What do we need to reinforce? Or what do we need to change? We've also been able to align the evaluation. So my evaluation and the executive director, so Zakia's. And so mid and end year, the boards, DC and national, collaborate on that so that we're aligned in terms of how we're perceiving the performance of the region and the alignment and coherence. And then I'd also say in 23-24, one of our lessons learned coming out of that year was that it wasn't just the regional autonomy. We really need to invest in an East Coast based group that had institutional knowledge and could directly support DC. And so we did that in the 24-25 school year. We put that group in place with folks like Mr. Newman and others who are more locally present, understand the model, and can therefore work closely with folks like Dr. Prasad, like Ms. Pearson and Mr. Bryant. And so that was a huge shift that allowed us to better create coherence and cohesion and to help us learn how to continue to elevate the model, but ensure we're delivering for our Rocketeers. So I'll hand it to Mr. Newman if you want to add anything here about how we've been able to realign on our core model.
Yeah, thank you so much for passing me, Preston, and thank you so much for the question as well. And Antonio Williams, one of the things that you mentioned was the Aspire framework being, an accountability tool, but also a roadmap. And one of the things that I think about, right, we're talking about the core model, how we're bringing best practices and educational approaches, but also really making sure that we're understanding the local context in DC, what our families need, but also the measures that we're up against, right? And so if I think back to the development at the beginning of this school year, the first session, on the first day, we had a session for both our leaders as well as our teachers for understanding the Aspire framework and being able to backwards plan from the goals that we have, right? And that's really fueled our fire for what we've gone after this year, right? Not only looking to stabilize at attendance pieces, making sure students are in classrooms, ensuring that we're seeing our growth, our median growth percentile growing, and then also thinking about how we more strategically go after not only like raising proficiency overall, but that growth to proficiency piece, right? How are we ensuring that all of our students are getting what they need no matter where they are, right? And so we've talked a little bit about the approaches with the development already, right? And so we have tiered development for our leaders, for our teachers, that's specific to their content and specific to the different pieces of their work each and every day. For tier one, for tier two, specifically, small group instruction is an area that we've really gone after, part of the core model, but how have we made that even more impactful in our DC schools? Earlier, one of the things Zakia talked about was the development of our leadership teams and inclusion of some new roles. One of those roles is a Hugh manager role that really is able to support in our humanities classrooms, in our ELA spaces, not only by coaching those teachers, but also providing some small group instruction directly, right? And so we're really proud of some of the gains we're seeing at both the top movements of students who are at and above grade level, but also the reductions in the bottom quartile, the students who are far below basic in both math and reading as a result of implementing that strategy. The other piece, right, when we think about our coaching cycles and our development, we have a robust sort of process, right, where we have one-to-ones, we have real-time coaching, we have ongoing feedback. But again, that's going to look different based on the needs of our students, based on the needs of our teachers and our leaders, right? And so another really helpful tool that we've gotten to know much better, obviously through this process, but also learn that it's really well connected to our teacher performance rubric is the QSR rubric. So our classroom environment, our instructional practices, our results from those and from our process here have really guided the professional development that we've put in place across the board in DC as well as on our campuses, right? And I'll just share a quick anecdote, sort of example of a new teacher who we've onboarded actually since the end of the QSR window, but we've really taken the learnings we've had to invest in her. And that was not only through the onboarding from the school leadership team, but from our regional leaders as well, really investing in that teacher to make sure that they're growing in their skill through one-to-ones, through in-the-moment practice, through modeling, right? And we've seen the growth and the impact in that classroom space. Students are 20% more proficient on their end-of-unit assessments. Their averages are improving, and we're also seeing a decrease in the bottom quartile, where the students who are furthest below basic by a significant number as well, right? And if we think back, right, to connect it back to that Aspire rubric, we're looking at where those students have performed in the past. Were they a level 3? What is their growth targets? And if they're getting there, are they moving to that level 4 or that level 5? And so just in closing, again, we have our rocket ship structures that we're really proud of and we know work, but it's really the overlapping of that with the strong systems that are in place and the partnership with OSSI, with the DC PCSB that are going to bring us to reach those goals and our work to come to fruition for our kids.
Thank you. I think I think what I've been hearing here, and I think, when I read the website and read your materials and in the chart, it's about the model. So I know that we talked about allowing more of that, I think, uniqueness, but I think the key here is we need to make sure that the model is healthy. And I think want to be clear here that it's reflective not just on Rocket, DC, but as the overall CMO here. And we are looking and expecting you all to be that support in that space. So thank you all for the responses and humoring me here. I know we've gone a little late, so I'll end and hand it over to Vice Chair Sandman.
Thank you. Treasurer Stanley Beatty.
Thank you, Vice Chair Salmon. I only have two questions, but I want to start, Board Member Williams, by thanking you for articulating your questions the way you did. I just want to be clear, as we sit here today, it almost is difficult for me to reconcile this rocket ship team that I'm hearing from and all the things that you all are putting in place with the performance that we actually have to evaluate, right? It is challenging for me. You all understand that what we are evaluating is your past performance. So when we do these reviews, they're retroactive. Excuse me, not retrospective. And so while I appreciate all the work that you've done, I just want to underscore Board Member Williams's comment is that I hope that that wasn't solely motivated by your 10-year review. And I hope that we're not, talking to you in the next 5 years and you all have regressed again, because as I sit here, it's just really difficult to, like I said, reconcile what you're saying and the improvements that you say you're seeing with what we have to evaluate you on, because we don't see the improvements in what we have to evaluate you on. So I'll stop there and ask my questions. Two of them, both of them related to enrollment and sort of your financial stability. So we talked already about your declining enrollment. I read in the report that you all have been managing that by reducing expenses. And so I want you to talk about how you've been doing that and how is it not impacting programming. Talk to me about that, and then I'll go into my other question.
Yep, I'll start and I may pass it to Ben. I think Dr. Prasad shared one example of how we are managing expenses. So I would say last year, our contractor line item was through the roof, especially when we looked at the related service providers to students. So we did not have in-house related service providers. So one thing we did this year was prioritizing bringing those folks in-house. So that's one example. I mean, there are others, I think, in operations that I'll pass it to Ben to share some more details, but those are the types of things that we did when we looked at the budget to see what can we cut that does not, hopefully will enhance programming and not take away from it. Ben?
Sure, and thank you for the question, Member Stanley Beatty. I've been CFO for a couple of years now, and I've been a rocket ship for about 4 years. And I think I would frame this as some of the discussions my colleague gave about off-model behavior extended to some of our spending behavior as well. And so one of the things we've prioritized over the last couple of years is we call it staffing the model, right? And so making sure that the staff we have in place are those that our core model needs first, and then those that obviously compliance requires us to have as well, but not those that are nice to have, or they're not demonstrably supporting our achievement goals. So that resulted in, over the last couple of years, a fair reorganization away from non-classroom roles into classroom roles. So from a staffing perspective, we've redirected spend back towards the classroom and our core model. From a non-comp perspective, Dr. Prasad mentioned we really prioritized insourcing special education. I don't have to tell you all that that's a 2-to-1 or a 3-to-1 trade when you're outsourcing those related service providers, when you're reliant on substitutes or outsourced paras. And so that's been both an improver in quality and an improver in finance. I think the third thing that's worth mentioning is Rocketship DC's back office supports and its program supports are provided by the national network through a network services fee, and that's a % of revenue. So when enrollment declines, we don't have to choose to lay off an AP person, right? We don't have to choose to lay off a communications person. That's the national network stepping in to provide continuous and I would hope we could say improved or enhanced services to Rocketship DC, despite less fee revenue going out. So we've got some of those thermostatic effects just when we are a little smaller. Some of those expenses go down on their own. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, thank you for that. Let me ask you something else. In what we read, you provided staff with the 2026 budget that also included continued decline enrollment, correct?
26, 27 or 25, 26. Sorry to confirm.
I'm sorry. Let me confirm.
Yes, ma'am.
So FY 2026 budgeted, you're further declined.
This year's enrollment is likely to, I mean, count day was about 1133, and
Okay.
we'll end, that's about 17 students below what we passed in June.
Okay. So then let me ask you a different question. So then your model calls for you all to grow to, what is it, like 5,000 students over a certain number of campuses? So how are you thinking about sort of the future of this, given that you have experienced declining enrollment? Is it your thought that enrollment is going to rebound because you're making these improvements? Like how are you threading the needle between what's actually happening? What we've seen happen is that you've got declining enrollment. How are you tying that or thinking about that as it relates to what your model asks you to do? Does the question make sense?
I'll make a couple of financial points and then ask Nakia to make sort of forward-looking model points.
Okay.
One of the things I've enjoyed the most about working here is how flexible the rocket ship model really is from a human capital perspective. We have schools in California that have 273 students and schools that have 650 students, and they're all, then they can thrive, they can run financially sustainably, and students can do really well. And so we don't have a magic number below which or above which we're not capable of adapting the human capital needs and providing a high quality service to our students. And so the buildings have capacity for where we were, right, in the fives and low sixes. And so we would be happy to serve in the fives or sixes. I would also say last year we broke even and we added cash. And so we know that in the 11s and 12s, we can run financially sustainably. And with the transitions Zakia described to in-house early childhood, we can continue to run sustainably even if enrollment takes a few years to rebound. And so from a financial perspective, we are not feeling the heat. We want to serve as many students as we can, as well as we can. And so Zakia, would love you to add anything on sort of forward-looking goals, but financially we are okay and have some space if we need to continue to serve the students we have.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of serving up to 5,000 students in the long run, over the lifetime of the DC region, that is a goal. But I think the primary goal right now is to focus on quality. We don't want to invite more students into the schools that we have been talking about from the past. And so our job right now is to make sure that we are providing the best product to our community. And we do believe that we already have 81% of our families saying that they would recommend us to other families. And so that is our big bet right now, is that focusing on quality will bring us the families and the enrollment that we seek in the long term.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you for framing it in the way in which you did, that you're not just chasing students for the sake of chasing students, but that you actually want to make sure that you're producing a quality seat for those kids. I appreciate that. And that answers my question.
Thank you.
Board Member Yan.
Thank you. Thank you to the rocket ship team for being here till late. Unsurprisingly, many of my questions have been answered at this point. So I will keep it fairly short, but just note a couple of things at the top. Just appreciation again for your transparency and candor throughout this conversation. Clearly, academic performance is not where any of us want it to be, and I very much appreciated your answers throughout this that have very much focused on implementation, fidelity to the model, getting back to the basics, because I think particularly in education, sometimes it can be easy to chase after the shiny new thing and the new innovation, and knowing what has worked in the past and kind of going back to that is a theme that I've heard throughout this and across all of your answers, and have just appreciated that consistency. I actually do want to follow up on just this line of questioning that Treasurer Stanley Beatty had been with you, because throughout this, I think I've still had a level of skepticism around enrollment bouncing back, particularly just given the sharp level of decline and at Rocket Ship Rise specifically. So, Ashley, I think you pointed to a 10% increase in ECE applications across your campuses through the My School DC lottery this year, which is a great trend. Do you have that breakdown by campus? And are you seeing that consistently across the board?
Go ahead and take it away, Ashley.
Yes, we do have that breakdown by campus. What we are seeing right now is Rocket Ship Rise is actually leading the way in terms of applications. We have seen a considerable increase in applications for Rise, particularly total apps we're seeing right now at about 121, with top three at about 74. Which is higher conversion that we've also seen in the past of total apps versus top three apps. At RLP, we're seeing 96 applications, and then 50 top three. And then at RIC, 86, with 40 of those being top three.
And that's for pre-K 3.
No, sorry, this is across the campuses, across pre-K 3 through 5.
Okay, pre-K 3 through 5, got it. And that the increase is higher than 10% at Rise. You said they're seeing
Rise,
a jump.
it's changing week over week. When we looked at it last week, it was closer to around 15, today around 11, but every week we're seeing additional applications come in. We're staying above 10%, and what we're seeing, particularly at Rise in early childhood, right now, across pre-K 3 and pre-K 4, there are 84 total apps. And of those 84 total apps, 46 of them are top three.
Okay, got it. It is helpful to see that upward trend, because I think, families vote with their feet and enrollment bounce backs can take a while, even as academics start to trend in the right direction. And then my other question is, RLP is an Aussie CSI school, so you have a set of goals around that you all set out. And I think folks on this team were there in place when the CSI goals were set. Can you share just your progress against the Aussie CSI goals? I think year one, I think your SMART goals are related to growth to proficiency. You've spoken to those broadly, but have you met your year one growth to proficiency goals?
Oh, wait, hold on one second. Yes. Sorry, I had a little malfunction. In terms of we've met the target that we set, the 3-year target for growth and proficiency in math. We have not, we're still on the way as it relates to ELA. So we mentioned that, the ELA growth is our area of opportunity. And we've engaged in high impact tutoring. We talked about the structure that we put in place with the 2 literacy leaders who are working with teachers, but also working with students. So it's part of that part of this that we're still working towards. In terms of specific numbers, there was a dip actually this year in our ELA growth to proficiency, about 3 percentage points from the goal that we set for this year.
Okay, got it. That is helpful context as well. Those answer all of my questions. Again, thank you to the Rocket Ship team for your responses across the board to all of us.
Thank you.
Mr. Saunders, I have a question for you in your capacity as board chair. I want to follow up on a question that board member Williams asked you earlier. Can you describe how the board does oversight of the academics of the different campuses? How often does the board meet? How often do you look at academics? When you look at academics, what data are you looking at? And has your academic oversight changed over the last few years? Are you doing things differently now from how you did them during that period when we saw the performance measures that are of such concern to us tonight?
So I'll dive into the questions, and then I'll rely on the team for some areas where I might not have some historical context. But in terms of first, just board composition and how we review the data, the board meets quarterly as an entire board. The business committee meets quarterly as well. The achievement team, which reviews academic data, also meets quarterly. Importantly, members from the national team, the regional team, as well as the board will connect in advance of those meetings to set the agenda. And so there is a lot of cohesion, if you will, from regional, national, as well as the board to make sure that any areas that historically we might not have reviewed are reviewed in advance. We spoke earlier about the regional health dashboard. The regional health dashboard has a lot of things that are included, things such as absenteeism, things such as growth in math, growth in reading, and a variety of other metrics that we can review. And so those are admittedly reviewed by the achievement committee, both in real time during those meetings. And if there are ever any questions, they can reach out now, since we have the data and the systems, they can reach out and review that data in more regularity. I'm going to pause there and potentially pass the baton to Zakia so she can take off her executive director hat, maybe put on her board chair hat or her board hat from her time on the achievement team, just to share a bit about how the data review has changed from years ago as opposed to more recently.
Yes, I mean, I think the health dashboard is probably the best example. We piloted the organizational health dashboard in 23-24. So that was the first time we piloted that dashboard, which has, to Kamuzu's point, we look at proficiency, we look at growth for students, we look at talent development, we look at how we're engaging families, we look at multiple measures within each of those areas on a quarterly basis. Prior to 23-24, I don't think those structures were in place. I was on the board. We would look at data, but it wasn't, we weren't looking at it across, I guess, across the year, in terms of, we would look at a certain point in time. Okay, this is the mid-year NWA report, data. We weren't comparing it to last year. We weren't doing some of the analysis that we're able to do now that we had the organizational health dashboard over the last few years. So we're able to see progress in a way that I don't know that we were able to see in previous years. So that answers your question.
Yes, it does. Things have changed.
Things have changed. I think the other thing that has changed in terms of how we're structured, I don't know if we already mentioned this or not. I also sit on the network executive board, network executive team. So I am at the table, and DC's is at the table when we're planning as an organization. Kamuzu sits on the national board as well. And so DC's voice is always a part of the conversation. The network executive team, I'm not certain how long that structure has been in place, but there are a number of structures that are in place to make sure, like I said, that there's the level of support across all levels in the organization, so that there's collaboration between the national board, the local board, and our team, our regional team.
Yeah, I bring this up just to emphasize the importance of the role that your board plays in oversight of academic performance. We've talked tonight about the importance of a teacher, the importance of a school principal. The board has critical responsibilities here. The board holds the charter.
They do.
And it has to be a critical component of every board meeting. This is something the board as a whole needs to address. It shouldn't be delegated just to a committee. There is a role for the committee to play, but the full board needs to be aware of what's going on with academic performance. That is the core business of the school. And something went wrong here. It either went wrong because the board wasn't getting the information they should have insisted on getting as a part of their academic oversight, or they were getting it but weren't dealing with it. Either way, it was wrong. So I just want to be sure that you have systems in place going forward to be sure that if you were to ever to return to numbers like the ones that are troubling us, that the board is all over it right away.
Can I add something? Zakia, would you mind?
Absolutely.
Vice Chair Sandman, couldn't agree more. I would, as context, I'll give 23-24. As we leaned into regional autonomy, we were having difficulty with the regional board materials and transparency around the data. And one of the things that really broke things free was this overlap we have. So the achievement chair for the DC board, we have an achievement committee. That chair sits on our national achievement committee, and same for the business committee. And the chair of the DC board sits on our national board. So there's a lot of overlap. Because of that overlap at that time, the DC board members were able to get authentic, transparent data, which we do review quarterly, if not more regularly. So we review it with our achievement committees, with our full board committees. And so that was what really unleashed, I would say, some of the turnaround and Zakia leaning in as well as others. And so that was part of the lesson that I shared earlier around us having this organizational health dashboard and regional health dashboard and ensuring that it's aligned throughout all of the boards, regional and national, and that it's also a codified system that we review it regularly. So now the regional boards expect it. They know about it. It's not something that can be sort of presented in one form and another. So that's just one example of what we do. And it is, again, aligned to Aspire. It includes NWA metrics. It also reviews other sort of interim assessments. And so could not agree more. And it's one of the major areas since 23-24 we've invested a great deal of effort to create alignment, but to ensure that the regional board has the transparency and the data that it needs to deliver for our Rocketeers, and also to ensure that our national board is deeply aware of that data too, and so that we can all cohesively lean in for the DC region.
Thank you. If board members don't have any other questions, I'll entertain a motion.
Vice Chair Sandman, can I be recognized? I've got my hand up.
Please,
Thank
I'm
you.
sorry. Yes.
Okay, it's very late. First of all, I just want to thank the rocket ship representatives here tonight, first and foremost for your honesty and for your ownership of the problems and challenges that is very hard to do. And I really appreciate it. And I know I speak for the staff and my fellow board members when I say that. I want to thank you for your candor and for your engagement, not just tonight, but throughout this process with our staff and our board members, because this has been a process of many, many months that you've been working closely with us. And tonight's conversation was not only a long one, but a difficult one. And I think, as you could hear from our questions, the board has serious concerns about Rocketship and the way in which students are being served over this 5-year period that we're reviewing, particularly the Rise and Legacy campuses. Those campuses have shown poor academic performance and also steep enrollment declines across the review period. I also want to call out that the improvement efforts you've described tonight and in this entire review process and in writing are commendable. It's a huge effort that you are taking on, and so I want to be clear that we heard that. And ultimately, as you know, our Rocketeers can't wait. They only have 1 year of kindergarten, 1 year of first grade. And this board, and I know you share with us this responsibility, we take this really seriously in terms of understanding the timeline for students. So given the depth of these concerns, I'm going to offer a motion that places high stakes conditions on the Rise and Legacy campuses. In addition to that, this motion will remove the language in Rocketship's charter authorizing growth up to the 8 campuses if certain conditions are met. And as you shared in your presentation, the spirit of this is to allow you to focus on your existing students, your existing campuses, and the quality and excellence that you've described wanting to deliver, rather than worrying right now about future growth. And of course, if your performance turns around, you will be able to apply to grow under the school expansion policy, just like any other school. So with that said, Vice Chair Sandman, I'd like to make a motion to continue the charter of Rocketship Public Charter School, subject to the following conditions. The first is that by March 23rd, 2026, the school and DCPCSB must execute a charter amendment, and this amendment must do 2 things. First, set a minimum Aspire score of 35% for school year 27 and 28 and school year 28 and 29 for Rise and Legacy campuses. If either campus scores below 35% in either year, that campus will close at the end of the following school year, and the entire LEA's enrollment ceiling will decrease accordingly. Second, to remove all language from the charter agreement authorizing the LEA to open up to 8 campuses and grow to an enrollment of 5,200 students. The LEA's current enrollment ceiling, the LEA's enrollment ceiling will be capped at its current level, which is 1,950 students.
There is a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Secretary Adamafanian, would you please call the roll?
Vice Chair Sandman,
I vote aye, and I have a proxy from Leah Cruzy voting aye.
Treasurer Stanley Beatty,
I vote aye, and thank you for the amendment, Board Member Marina.
Board Member Yan,
I vote aye as well.
Board Member Marino,
Aye.
Board Member Williams,
Aye.
Vice Chair, I'm an aye as well.
The motion passes unanimously. Rocket Ship team, I want to second what Board Member Marino said, and thank you for your presentations tonight and for your candor. Despite the concerns that have led us to attach conditions to the continuation of your charter, you give me cause for optimism tonight. I feel better for what you said. I appreciate your owning what it is that we need to deal with here. You've been responsive and you haven't made excuses. It feels like accountability to me. So I've heard that. I think my fellow board members have heard that. It makes me positive about your prospects going forward. So thank you for your presentations and your presence with us tonight.
Thank you so much for your partnership. We appreciate it.
Next, we'll address Thurgood Marshall Academy.
Vice Chair Salmon, before we start the discussion, just noting that I'll be recusing myself pending a Bega opinion. So we'll be stepping away from this part of the conversation.
Yes, thank you. We'll call you back when we're finished with this item on the agenda.
Thurgood Marshall Academy Public Charter School is up for its 25-year review. The school educates 361 students in grades 9 through 12 at a single campus located in Ward 8. As mentioned earlier, DC PCSB staff assessed the school's charter goals performance using goal attainment pathways for school years 22-23, 23-24, and 24-25 per the charter goals policy. In school year 22-23, Thurgood Marshall Public Charter School partially met a pathway by meeting or exceeding state or sector performance or demonstrating improvement in 7 of 13 transitional goals. In school year 23-24, the school fully met 4 of 7 individually negotiated goal targets and partially met 2 additional individualized goals. Thurgood Marshall Public Charter School fully met its charter goals in school year 24-25 by earning a level 3 or higher on Aspire. DC PCSB staff determined the school has not committed a material violation of law or of its charter. DC PCSB staff also determined that the school has not engaged in a pattern of non-adherence to generally accepted accounting principles, has not engaged in a pattern of fiscal mismanagement, and is economically viable. Based on these findings, DC PCSB staff recommends that the board vote to continue Thurgood Marshall Public Charter School's charter. Thurgood Marshall Public Charter School representatives are available to speak about the school's performance over the past 5 years and to answer the board's questions.
Thank you. Thurgood Marshall team, welcome. Thank you for joining us. If the person who will be leading your presentation could introduce himself or herself and then their colleagues, I'd appreciate that.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Raymond Whedon. I'm the Executive Director of Thurgood Marshall Academy Public Charter High School. I am joined by David Schlossman, our COO, Mark Harrison, our Chair of our board, Hamza Saba, our Director of College and Alumni Programs, Elena Roberts, our Associate Head of School, Manisha Brooks Cameron, our Director of Special Education, and Malika Mays, our head of school. I can begin. All right. So thank you to the Public Charter School Board members and staff for the opportunity to share about Thurgood Marshall's growth over the last 5 years. Thurgood Marshall Academy was founded with a clear mission to prepare students to succeed in college and actively engage in our democratic society. For 25 years, that mission has guided our work and continues to guide us today, especially through our most challenging period as the school has faced. Like many schools, the years immediately following the pandemic were difficult. We experienced disruptions in staffing and systems and student readiness that impacted our academic performance. Our data reflected that reality. We acknowledge that openly. Many of our students returned to in-person learning carrying unfinished learning, social emotional challenges, and gaps that were deeper than traditional high school systems are designed to address. But what matters most, and what this review period ultimately shows, is how our community responded. Over the past years, our team made intentional shifts while maintaining our focus on opportunity and exposure for students. As a law-themed school, TMA leaned into our opportunity to expose students to the outside world. We maintained our law days, Howard Law Day, law firm tutoring, issues to actions projects. We added 3 new civil rights trips to serve as cornerstones for grade level experiences. Our 9th grade spends a day digging into the rich history of DC. 10th grade students travel overnight to Virginia, and our 11th grade students travel to the Deep South and includes the entire grade level to learn about the civil rights movement. And our 12th grade students now go to New York and Philadelphia, including a stop at the corner of Wall Street and Pearl, the city's first slave market. We strengthened our centers, partnering with folks like Empower K-12 for math and data supports, TNTP for curriculum audits, OSSE and City School Collaborative for tutoring, and the DC Special Education Cooperative to help us learn how to effectively teach this growing population of students with disabilities in our school. Over the last 5 years, we expanded our external supports intentionally to make sure that we're focused on both literacy and math so that all students could increase their growth no matter what skill set they came into our building. As a result, we were able to meet our goal through the Aspire framework in this past year. Equally important has been the rebuilding of our instructional culture. Today, TNPT Staff Insight Index scores TMA at a 7.6. 3 years ago, we were at a 2.9. They call that a greenhouse range. And essentially what that is naming is that we have the conditions in place to make sure that our students and our adults can grow. That growth didn't happen by accident. It reflects a team effort that believes deeply in our students and one another. It is not surprising that with that growth, we also have a high retention rate for our team. We're close to 85% of our team returning from this past year. And a recent survey showed we expect about 90 to 95% to do that this year. And the context of our work matters. As you know, the majority of our students arrive significantly behind grade level, many 2 grade levels behind in reading and math, and yet we see consistent cohort growth as students remain with us. Our responsibility is not to measure where students start, but to ensure that they leave stronger, more prepared, and with a clearer sense of purpose. We're proud that our students continue to outperform the sector in advanced courseware participation, college readiness benchmarks, and our school maintains strong re-enrollment attendance outcomes for economically disadvantaged students. These outcomes reflect a community where students feel known, supported, and challenged. At the same time, we agree with the areas identified for continued improvement, particularly graduation outcomes, math proficiency, and 9th grade on track. Those are not surprises for us. They are the work we are already engaged in and the work that will define our next chapter. What gives us confidence is not that every challenge has been solved, but that the conditions for sustained improvement are now firmly in place. Stronger systems, clear instructional focus, stable leadership, and a school culture centered on accountability and care. 25 years ago, Thurgood Marshall Academy, Public Charter High School, was founded on the belief that students of Ward 8 deserve access to rigorous academics, civic voice, and opportunity. Today, we stand before you not claiming perfection, but demonstrating progress, reflection, and momentum. And we're grateful for the board's partnerships and the staff's commitment to continue the work that we are doing and continue to work that every warrior walking our doors graduates not prepared only for college, but leadership in their community. Thank you.
Thank you. Your logo on your background reminds me that I should have started by congratulating you on 25 years.
Oh, I thought you were congratulating my tech skills. That took a lot of work for me to do that.
You're good. Board members, questions? Board member Marino.
Thank you so much, Vice Chair Sandman, and thank you to the TMA team for engaging with us and for staying on a very late night. I appreciate it. I would like to start us off talking about math. Your math proficiency rates during this review period were troubling, under 5%. And this is in contrast to your growth in ELA, which is really commendable in terms of the improvement over time. And so I'd love for you to reflect a little bit on why math performance is so low, what you're doing to address that, and what you can learn from what you are learning from your work in ELA improvement that may translate into what you can take on in terms of the math side of the house.
Absolutely. So one, it's not surprising that our English growth was faster than our math growth. I mean, if you looked at the city's data, that is reflected in there. And so I'm not surprised by that. I think the second thing that we really like to remind folks is that we're receiving students from about 40 different schools in our area. So depending on what those schools are doing, definitely has a great impact. And one thing that was consistent in the city is about what we thought about middle school English and how we went about instructing that. And that does show in the work we're doing in high school English. In terms of math, I'm going to get us started, and then we're going to move to Malika Mays, our head of school, to talk about like specifics. But there's a couple things that we did just to make sure that we were on track. And we paired this with the work that we're doing in English. First, we worked with TNTP and OSSE to really look at what is the curriculum that we're using in both English and math, and make sure that we're using high quality instructional materials to make sure that that was going to help us leverage what was happening in our building. Secondly, we made sure that our team received the coaching and the content knowledge that they needed in order to grow in math and English. Math is a little bit harder. And so like where you really need to know algebra, you really need to know geometry in order to make sure you're understanding that. And so we've been really fortunate to make sure that we can focus on what that content development looks like. We are part of a team that working with Power K-12 that have a grant to help with math acceleration to help us grow that and foster that and make that stronger in the body of work that we're doing. I'm going to ask Ms. Mays to tag in here. Anything else that she wants to add?
Sorry, yes. Hi, everyone. I'm really actually excited to talk about the things that we've been doing at TMA over the past several years to address some of the gaps that we have seen and to ensure that, we're growing our students in both reading and math. So one of the things that I do want to highlight is that in terms of our DC Cape growth to proficiency last year, we were at 44% of our students in math meeting the growth to proficiency metric. And in reading, 53% of our students meeting growth to proficiency. This does mean that these students, these are not students who were at a 4, and these may not also be students who were at a 3. But we do know that these are students who grew year over year from a previous year's DC Cape to last year's DC Cape. I do want to talk a little bit about the sort of our math team that we've had over the past several years, but particularly also the math team that we have this year. So just to give some context around the teams, for our ELA teachers, we have an the current group, we have an average of experience for our 9th and 10th grade ELA teachers of a 2.8 years of teaching experience across 6 teachers. 3 of those teachers have 4 or more years of teaching experience. And this team also has been working together. The teachers who have been with us for 4 or more years have been working together at TMA in the same grade levels with the same curriculum for 4 years, 4 or more years. For math, we have had more sort of turnover in our math department. Currently, the average years of experience for our 9th and 10th grade math teachers is about 3.5 years across 7 teachers, but that consists of 1 teacher with 4 years of experience, 1 teacher with 12 years of experience, which increases that average significantly, and 5 teachers who have 3 or fewer years of teaching experience. And so what we are working on right now is ensuring that all of our ELA and math teachers know how to use ANET and MAP data to drive instructional shifts, to include more targeted instruction for each student or students within a performance band. And we're building teachers' content knowledge, proficiency with unpacking Common Core standards, and their ability to implement data-driven instruction sort of simultaneously. So as we, because the majority of the teachers who we currently have and actually have had over the past couple of years, maybe few years, have had around 3 to 4 years of teaching experience, most of them 1 to 2 years of teaching experience. We are doing a lot of work at building teacher capacity. And so, as I said, we have had a more consistent ELA department working with the same curriculum over the past several years than our math department. And that is one of, not the only, but one of the reasons that you are seeing some of the lower scores in our math scores than our ELA scores.
That is real. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, Mark.
Go
I
ahead.
just want to add a little bit more context to what Alika said, because I think it gets lost in the nuances of what's happening. When we speak in very general terms about, like, the majority of our students are coming in behind level, but the reality is that in math is actually more significant than what we probably give more credit to publicly. And so on average, most of our 9th graders are coming in what will be quote unquote equivalent to a 6th grade level. So we're asking 6th grade skill set level to be proficient in math. And then one shift from the pandemic was that we are publicly reporting both 9th and 10th grade scores due to DC Cascade. I get the names mixed up. Sorry about that. The second piece is that when I mentioned cohort data, and I mentioned that purposely, is that when we look at students who are with us in the 9th grade year and the 10th grade year, they actually are performing, they are growing more and performing better than their national peers across the country. And so one of the things that we were able to do in math is to make sure that, okay, so if they're coming in not yet ready for algebra, but they're taking algebra based on what the 9th grade course is, like, what can we do? And so that's why we pushed in the high impact tutor, and we were one of the early adopters for that, to see what we can do to help do both the grade level content, but also help shore up some of the foundational skills that they need to have.
That is really helpful. And first of all, cheers on the growth to proficiency data. That's a really encouraging sign of what's to come. And appreciate you digging in both on the teacher experience and time together as a team, and how you're seeing that show up, and also just better grounding in where your students are coming in. My last question is, given that you have this legacy of being a charter school for 25 years, of your history of real excellence in terms of quality delivery of instruction, I'm a little surprised to hear you talk about, for example, implementation of high quality instructional materials or coaching or teacher supports as kind of what you are doing now to strengthen performance. And so Can you just help me understand why were some of those things not in place, or what's the difference in nature of kind of what you're implementing today versus what might have been true in the past? Because it's clear from TMA's really, really storied history that you have had a team that has been able to deliver over time.
Yeah, I'm really glad you asked that question. So we have, I believe it was at the year we returned from the pandemic, was the year that we lost a number of our teachers, or the 2 years, a year after we returned from the pandemic, we lost a number of our more seasoned ELA and math teachers for different reasons. They went off to move to another country or became or got promotions to other positions in other places. And so because we sort of lost, and I'm really happy that someone, I believe it was from Rocket Ship, talked about sort of codifying the institutional knowledge and codifying these systems. We are working on codifying these things now because the instructional practices that those teachers were, not just the instructional practices, but also the depth of understanding of the Common Core standards that those teachers had sort of left with them. And so we inherited, then we hired other teachers, particularly through the used to be called Urban Teaching Alliance, now City Teaching Alliance program. And those more seasoned teachers were actually the mentor teachers for our City Teaching Alliance teachers, with the hope that those more seasoned teachers would be staying on to do that development for our City Teaching Alliance teachers. Those more seasoned teachers, for other different reasons, left our school. And so we were kind of left with this gap. And we have been, and I will also say that was also at a time when for ELA and math, we were not using a common curriculum for ELA or math across the board. Since then, what we have done is we have adopted a standard curriculum for ELA. We adopted that curriculum, which is Fish Tank. We adopted that curriculum in school year 23-24. And then we fully adopted the IM curriculum in school year 23-24 across the board, where it was only used at one grade level prior to that. And so with the curriculum shifts and also getting our teachers trained with the curriculum, and now aligning key instructional practices that we are using across the board, no matter whether you go into an English class, a math class, a science class, a social studies class. There are certain instructional practices that you should see across the board, and certain ways of planning that you should see across the board that that frankly just did not exist prior to the 23-24 school year. And we needed to do that because we hired teachers who were less seasoned teachers. So now we had to sort of build their skill set almost from the ground up. And so that's what we have, which gave us an opportunity to think differently about how we are developing teachers, because we're now developing novice teachers versus working with teachers who had multiple years, 6, 7+ years of experience of teaching ELA and math.
That's really helpful. So it sounds like you've really had a shift in your model. I mean, if I'm remembering this data correctly, TMA had one of the highest teacher experience levels in the city, if you go back looking a decade. And so your ability to execute was maybe less dependent on systems and, for example, the fidelity of implementation to a specific curriculum. And it was more about the experience your team had together and in your community to serve your students well. And it sounds like, if I'm understanding this correctly, that's really changed over time, and you're now implementing a new model in terms of being able to support newer educators to the profession to get up to speed quickly to deliver for students who might be coming in very, very far behind grade level in some cases.
Yes,
Okay.
that was a great summary. Yes.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yep.
Treasurer Stanley Beatty.
Thank you, Vice Chair Salmon. And thank you, Board Member Marino. My first question was, what are you all doing about your math performance? So thank you for asking that. And thank you for your answers. I acknowledge the commentary about how difficult it is given where your students are coming in. I would also just echo that you have precious souls in your care. And math is extremely important for all students, but particularly for high school students. So as difficult as it is something that you are charged with doing. And what your academic performance tells us right now in terms of math is that it's not working. And so I'm glad to hear that you all are adopting new practices and that you are studying it and figuring out how to get it right, because it is deeply, deeply concerning, to Board Member Marino's point. I just have two questions that I'll ask. Number one, and I'll frame it because it's a little technical, and I'm assuming you have a finance person that can address it. In your financials, I noticed that your fiscal year 22 and your fiscal year 23, you dipped below what we would consider to be like a satisfactory indicator for cash flow from operations. And it's explained by your pandemic response. You then recovered in 2024. I'm curious, and just for the good of the order, how did you recover?
I'm going to turn this over to David Schlossman to kind of narrate that.
Thank you, Raymond, and thank you to the board. Those dips in 22 and 23 are pandemic related, and the cause of the dip is that we were serving a considerably depressed enrollment. We could not go out and do our normal recruitment during the pandemic. So the recruitment for those years is 2021, which was the virtual learning year, and then the following year, which was distance learning. And so we had depressed enrollment during both those years, but we also had, from being a seasoned school, the financial resources to keep our experienced staff in place. And so that the dip you're seeing is a workforce to serve 3, 40, 60, 70, but the income of a much depressed enrollment. So the bounce back was that the model of maintaining our workforce and rebuilding our enrollment. So we were able to bounce back as our enrollment recovered.
I got it. Thank you. Thank you for that. And then just one other question. There was, I guess, some materials or some responses that you all have provided to staff that indicated that you may be embarking upon some construction this year. Is that true? And can you talk about it?
We're embarking on renovations, so capital projects, but construction in the sense that hammers and boards will be used, but not as in new structure. That we are doing work within our existing building to make it we have very large rooms and we're moving to a small class model. So we are, by grace of an OSSI grant and our own resources, we're subdividing classrooms to see if we can get our existing space to work better for our current instructional practices.
I got it. Okay, so I agree with you. That is more like renovation. I think we framed it in our materials as construction. What budget is that? I'm just curious. What's the dollar amount tied to that?
So the official dollar amount is 300 in hard costs and up to 470 soft costs. That is the grant budget. The actual costs, if we can do it for less, that will be fantastic. If we need to invest more, we have the funds saved to do more. But somewhere in that, I'm somewhere in that range.
Okay, so somewhere in the 700.
Somewhere in the 470.
Okay, I thought so. So the 300 you said was hard cost, and then 470 was hard and soft.
And soft.
Got it. Okay, thank you for that. And then is that in your FY 2026 budget?
It is.
That reflected in your, okay, very good. And then so there's not going to be any cost savings or anything because you're reconfiguring your existing footprint.
That's
And
correct.
once you plunk that cost, then the cost is gone and that's it. I got it.
Right.
Okay.
We have some projects in the offing for this year or future years, depending on project management wherewithal that could see some returns. So LED lighting to lower energy costs. We installed a new chiller this year, again funded in large part by an OSSI grant that we hope will reduce our energy costs because it's a more efficient 21st century chiller. But most of the costs are as you described.
Perfect. And then just one last question. Of the 470, did you say there was financing, or I think you said some of it is coming from you and some of it is coming from, it wasn't an OSSI loan?
Right. It's an OSSI grant. It's actually it's a SOAR grant, a federal SOAR. Yeah, yes. So we've yes, we are very grateful to both the city's administration and the federal resources. So that supported both the chiller project and probably about 60% or so of the current renovations. So
it's coming from and how much is coming
so
from?
the renovation project is $300,000 OSSI grant.
Got it.
And the soft costs,
Delta is what you're covering.
Right.
I got it.
That's right.
Thank you, Vice Chair Sandman.
Thank you. Board Member Williams.
Thank you, Vice Chair Sandman. I find this, I found honestly the conversation really enlightening, especially because, I think about 25 years and, really, the larger experiment that, charter schools are in the district. And as we come up there, that notion of having to replace those original founders, those original teachers, those original staff. And, it strikes me that there are, while every charter LEA is unique, there are best practices that may be learned about how do you document some of those learnings that you've had? How do you transfer some of those over time? I also wanted to reflect though and dive into, you talked a little bit about being a standalone high school and really the challenges in terms of the students that you receive. And and how do you judge that academic growth against ninth grade on track, right? Which obviously, if someone comes in and they are fifth, sixth grade levels, they can show significant achievement and still not make ninth grade on track or hit those graduation rates. How do you overall, at this inflection point, what do you see yourself? How do you see that standalone high schools in the charter sector? How do you think about feeder patterns, and how do you see going forward? Both how do you guys adjust for that at Thurgood Marshall Academy, but also how do you think about that overall in the sector?
So I have no desire to think about the other LEAs I can barely manage just on a day-to-day basis at 10:30 at night. So I can tell you what we do and how we go about doing that. And so we have what we call some natural feeders for us. And so we have about 3 to 4 schools that we typically receive between 8 to 10 students that are within our footprint. And that is actually just now a result of the older brothers and sisters who went to that middle school are now going back and talking to their cousins and neighbors and say, hey, this is a school that you need to come to. The second component of that is actually really getting our name out there. David talked about like our recruitment process really was our name alone was enough, right? And our name alone enough is good. And in 2001, when we started, there weren't many standalone high schools over here in the area. And now there's a good number of standalone and not standalone high schools here. And so we need to make a good point, and we do make a good point to making sure that our families and friends know about the body of work that we are doing. When I talk about the civil rights trips that we do, those are trips to the Deep South at no cost to any student in 11th grade. We talked about the trips that are happening to New York City. That includes a Broadway play and trips to Temple, again, at no cost to the students. And so we want to make sure that the students and the families are hearing about the experiences that they are getting on top of our clubs and activities and programming. We choose this path. And I think it's really important to remind folks that we choose the path of being a standalone high school to serve students who many may not think it is possible. I will say the outcomes that we have by the time our students are graduating with us, and then the outcomes that we have when our students are enrolling in college, and then the outcomes that we have in terms of persistence is actually the indicator of what we're doing. DC is I don't know if we still are a boxing town or a former boxing town, but pound for pound, I would take any of our students sitting next to any student from any other high school in the city, in this country, in their first and second year, knowing that our students are probably going to go back to college in their second year. And that is also taken into account that they walked into our doors with a sixth grade math skill set. And that's because of the relationships, the resources, the time, the energy that we put into our students over the 48 months. And I talk about the 48 months that we have students, not just the 4 school years, because we use the summers and we use like the out of school time and the springtime to try to make that happen. And so I will say yes. And like, we believe the 9th to 10th grade scores are important. And what really is important is that like right now, I can say that we have 13 alum who are in our building teaching right now because they were able to go to college, come back, and now teaching and working and doing the good work that we have. And we see that across our city and now across our country.
Thank you so much, Mr. Whedon, and just incredible work from you and the Thurgood Marshall team. Vice Chair Salmon, I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you. Secretary Adamafanian.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Thurgood Marshall team. I enjoyed coming to visit the school a couple months ago. Or was that late last year? I don't know. It's all ran together,
It's
but
a
it was
wash.
it was just a few months ago. But I appreciate what you shared tonight, and it's certainly on that visit with Dr. Walker Davis. It was very clear that you all are putting in the work to address the moment. And particularly, I just want to double click on your point around having alum in the building. I think that was part of one of the more inspirational things going on the school visit, to see students who benefited from the program come back and try to be a part of the program and supporting other young people. So kudos to you all for building your own teacher pipeline. That's the way to do it. A couple questions here for you. Digging in a little bit to the graduation rates. Obviously, your graduation rates as of now have lagged the district average. So could you talk a little bit about why you think the lag exists and what you're doing to address it?
There's 2 reasons. One, I don't like to keep talking about it, but it is the reality. A good number of our students are coming in significantly behind. And so when we talk about the 48 months and sometimes 60 months, that's intentional, right? Because what we are not going to do is have a student who is not quite ready to be in geometry and algebra 2 and pre-calc and pretend that they're ready for college. Like, that's not fair to Saba. That's not fair to Ms. Brooks. That's not fair to those folks who are doing the work on the ground to get them ready. The second thing is actually like our school population is a little bit different than it was even 5 years ago. So if you look at our at-risk numbers, or what we call economic disadvantage, from last year to this year, it's a 10% increase. We're 75% economically disadvantaged in this school year. When I walked in the door, we were somewhere around 15% students with disabilities, and we're consistently in the 20, 25%, depending on the grade level. And so with that comes a lot of deliberate work in terms of making sure that our team knows how to instruct, how to work with students, and how to like, meet their needs. I'm going to kick this over to Saba because one of the things that he does with his team and does with our team is really think about like how to help students who are coming in 15, 16 years old in ninth grade and help them get ready over the 48 months in 5 years to get ready to go into colleges. And he really looks at the work they're doing in transcripts and help aligns that a little bit more with them. Saba.
Absolutely. Thank you for that. So we start with the ninth graders, right? We know that college going doesn't start your junior year or your senior year. It's really important to talk to the ninth graders as they come in. We do every single year with our students, we go over MOU meeting with their parent or themselves, letting them know where they are. We also are intentional about mapping out and showing them different opportunities, whether that be dual enrollment, our AP track, outside dual enrollment through OSSE, our ATC partnership. I want to give them a plethora of different options for them to explore, get into, understand that college is an option for them.
And so you start with engaging the ninth graders. What does that support look like throughout the rest of the 48 months, which I appreciated?
Yeah, for sure. So the goal for our ninth grade year really is two parts, right? Number one, getting to know themselves as learners, understanding who they are, and then two, college exploration, right? Kicking off, understanding. We have a program that we created called the A Day in the Life of. Rather than just doing a regular college trip, we want to make sure that they're going to school and actually understanding what college is like. So they go and spend a day with a college student. They'll attend class with them, go to lunch with them, do all the things, right? So they understand and they can feel like they're going to be a college student and they feel like this is something they can do. They spend it with somebody who looks like them, talks like them, sometimes TMA alum. 10th grade year, our focus is on exploring careers, again, college exploration as well. So we expose them to different careers. We do job panels with them. We've done job shadows where they go out and spend a day with somebody on the job site. Our junior year is focused solely on college exploration. We believe that it's important to go to college, but it's important to go to college at a cheap cost. So we've created something called the North Carolina Promise Trip. I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with the North Carolina Promise. North Carolina Promise is 4 schools in North Carolina that have, their goal is to make college affordable for all. So they are tuition for the year for out-of-state students is only $5,000. With DC Tag, it reduces that to $1,000. And then just paying room and board. So we're removing the barrier of college or the cost of college for them so they can see that there is an option for them somewhere. And then senior year, we're soup to nuts, right? We're focused on helping them complete the applications. We have a minimum of 10 application requirement, helping them complete the FAFSA. We meet with parents, we meet with students, helping them complete DC Tag, helping them do scholarships. We have MLK Scholarship Day, where we spend 2 days just solely focused on scholarships. All students are required to complete at least 3 scholarships. College going is important to us, right? It's exciting, it's a passion. We know college can be for all. So it's really important that we start working with them early and often so that they feel like it's an option for them and not just we feel like it's an option for them. I'm really excited about some of our numbers as well. I don't want to keep talking here because I can talk forever about college going, but really excited about some of our numbers, specifically with our college going rate. Our goal every year is to hit 80% with our students enrollment rate, which, you know, if you are paying attention to the numbers nationally, we know that that trend of going to college is decreasing year over year. It's kind of plateaued over the last 3 years, but we hit 63% of our college or our students enrolling in college last year. And we've kind of been around that same number for the last 3 years. Our goal is 80%, but still that is a heck of a feat to hit with the trend that it is the way it is right now. More importantly, with our Black male college enrollment, we're at 58%. The national average is somewhere around 25 to 30. So we're about doubling the national average, right? Really, really proud of that number as well. Our FAFSA completion rates are through the roof. Really excited about that. National FAFSA completion rates are declining. If you were paying attention, it's somewhere around 41, 42%. And last year we had 65 submissions out of 71 students, so somewhere around 90%. We're really excited about that as well. And the goal is that all these numbers I'm giving you right now is the goal is to hit 100% every single year. So I'm really excited. I think we're going to hit 100% this year. I know we're going to hit 100% acceptances, and the goal is to be at 80% enrollment as well.
Got it. Thank you. And I'm making an assumption here, but please correct me if I'm wrong. These engagements, activities, conversations are all designed to build the appetite to graduate and to pursue the goals. Is that correct?
Absolutely, absolutely. That's why that one-to-one MOU meeting is key, right? We sit down with the student, we go over their transcript, of course, where you are, but at the end of the meeting, it's about post-secondary planning. What are we going to do? Talking about college, trade, military, but talking about college, talking about college, talking about college. And we're doing it every single year. So by the time they hit their senior year, it's nothing for them. It's just a continuation of what they already know.
Gotcha. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
For that. One last question, and Mr. Whedon, this is to you. I know we talked a lot about sort of the improvements and areas of growth for the school, but would love if you could just capture some of the accomplishments that you're most proud of over the last 5 years. Would love to just hear a little bit about that.
I think the TMPT data, and that's what I mentioned that, and I mentioned that purposely. Like what I love about that survey is that it is our students, our staff, and our families. They're the one giving it input, right? And so like they're the ones who actually are saying that like this is the place for me, and this is the place for my child, and this is the place I want to work. And to go from an index of it was 2.9 in 2022, which again, if you look at our academic data, that was not so great. To go to 7.6, that is just a year in, a year out of this team, whether they were new to the field, seasons in the field, really like rallying around like the students in the building and one another. I think two things that we should not ever forget is that like I'm always impressed about how our students show up and how they challenge all systems. And I say all systems, including my office. And so this year they're planning a voter registration day with the bevy of elections that we have coming up in DC. Last year they had a War 8 forum, and it was a youth only forum. Adults were not allowed to ask questions. 2 years before that, they had a public safety forum, and they walked our city officials around their neighborhood and showed them what they had to do day in and day out. And our students always are looking for ways to improve their community, and like that tradition just carry on. I would say the last one is like really looking at like the improvement that we've had academically over the years. And so what Malika is being incredibly humble about is that like our MAP scores are significantly stronger this year than they were the year before. They're significantly stronger last year than they were the year before that. And that is like that synchronization of like our team, our alignment, being mission focused. Like we have a really simple focus, like prepare students for college and help them engage our democratic society. All the other stuff is important and it is nice. But if we're not doing those two things, we're really wasting our time, and we're not being honest to the families that we help walk into our doors at the beginning of their career.
Got it. Thank you so much. Vice Chair Salmon. No further questions.
Thank you. I have a question for Mr. Harrison. It's like a question I asked earlier this evening. How does the board exercise oversight over academics? How often does the board meet? How often do you get a report on academics? What does the report consist of? What systems do you have in place to be sure that the board is on top of academic performance and positioned to take action when it's necessary?
So first, good evening, everyone, or almost good night. Our board meets about 5 times a year. We have a education committee that focuses on academics, interacts with Raymond and Leica and the team. They report out every board meeting. So they have a committee meeting before our general board meeting. They report out as well as the team reports out. Systems in place. We have gone to recently a kind of a standard report that the board gets to review at every meeting. So we are seeing kind of the same data and we're able to track changes over time. So I think we are on top of it. In addition to that, one of the things that has changed since I've been on the board is we have at least two people who I will say are kind of education professionals or educational professionals adjacent that can give us better insight as the general board, better insight as to kind of what some of the academic data is telling us. And the team does a great job at that as well. So I think we have a pretty good handle and are watchful over what's going on academically at the school.
And I'm sorry, you may have said, but you get a report on academics at every one of your meetings?
Yes.
Okay.
They report out the data at every meeting. And again, they've gone through this with the education committee, and the committee also chimes in at the meeting as well as staff.
Yes. Thank you.
Sure.
If there are no other questions from board members, I'll entertain a motion.
I move to continue the charter of Thurgood Marshall Academy Public Charter School.
Is there a second?
Second.
Secretary Adamafanian, would you please call the roll?
Vice Chair Sandman.
I vote aye, and I have a proxy from Leah Cruzy voting aye.
Treasurer Stanley Beatty.
Aye.
Board Member Yan. Oh, I apologize. Board Member Yan is recused. Sorry about that. Board Member Marino.
Aye.
Board Member Williams.
Aye.
And Vice Chair, I am an aye as well.
The vote is unanimous. Congratulations, Thurgood Marshall Academy.
Thank you.
Congratulations on 25 years. Here's to another 25.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Could someone text Michelle to invite her back
I'm back.
to our meeting? Oh,
I got the text.
that was quick. The next agenda item is a proposed financial corrective action plan for DC Wildflower Public Charter School. I'd like to ask Chief Operating Officer Will Henderson to make a presentation and also invite representatives from the school to join us.
Good evening, board members. And it's good to see you all this very late evening. As Vice Chair Salmon shared, my name is Will Henderson. I'm the Chief Operating Officer here at DC PCSB. Staff asks that the PCSB board approve the proposed financial corrective action plan, or an FCAP, a term that you all are familiar with, for DC Wildflower Public Charter School. DC Wildflower has been on our financial monitoring list since January 27th of 2025 for below target financial indicators. In early July of 2025, the school came close to not meeting its payroll obligations. The school's FY25 audited financial statements portray a declining financial picture with below floor financial indicators, including 7 days of cash on hand compared to our 30-day floor, and a 0.3 current ratio compared to our 0.9 floor. The FY25 audit report raises substantial doubt about the LA's ability to continue as a growing concern for a reasonable period. Consequently, we've worked with the LEA in developing a financial corrective action plan, or an FCAP. The FCAP that is presented for the board vote this evening will allow us to provide oversight and maintain accountability over the LEA's fiscal management and trajectory towards financial health and sustainability. The FCAP term is through December 31st, 2028. The LEA is required to meet KFI metrics, fulfill affirmations, and comply with debt and facility lease obligations and enrollment and financial reporting. DC Wildflower PCS representatives are available to speak about the school's financial performance and the FCAP. I think folks are joining us now. Yeah.
Thank you, Will. Does anyone from the Wildflower team want to make a presentation?
Yes, I will begin. I'm just looking for one panelist, our treasurer, Sanja Wells. I don't see her, but I think she's coming. We've all been on. Good evening, Chairman, Vice Chair, Sandman, Board, and staff. Thank you for allowing us time to speak this evening. I'm Shireen Williams, Chair of the DC Wildflower Board. Joining me this evening are Neil Campbell, our interim ED, Sandra Wells, our board treasurer, Zani Dalili, one of our founding teacher leaders. And we had Alexandra Alderman from EdUps, but she had to drop off. And of course, we have other members of our board listening in as well. So I'm going to start, and then a couple, there's Sandra, welcome, and then other members of our team will join. I am a founding member of the board and was eager to bring this school model to the DC charter sector. As you know, we operate intentionally small, teacher-designed and teacher-led Montessori school sites with no more than 60 students, in fact, per site. In fact, currently, across our two sites that we have, one in Ward 7 and one in Ward 8, we have about 58 students total. One of my very favorite governance quotes is, "The board's job is to protect the future from the present." And most recently, that has not been more clear than when the board decided this past November to make a leadership change. Our founding board chair, Neil Campbell, stepped off the board and stepped in as our interim ED. I stepped into the board chair role. We made this decision because over the years of operating this school, what we've seen is that initially, when we all came together and we're excited about this model, we did have a focus on having a strong Montessorian in that executive director role. But what has become evident over the years is that there are some other competencies that need to be emphasized more. So one for us is a person with strong financial acumen, a person with some operations acumen, a person that's a strong project manager. We know that with a school model this size, and we've definitely felt it, every change, whether big or small, has an impact. And so I want to turn it over to Neil Campbell, our interim ED and former founding board chair, to talk, to just give you some insight from his perspective, especially as he's now in this role. Neil?
Thank you, Shireen, and thank you to everyone on the board for staying with us for so long. So I just want to share a couple of things about what brought me to DC Wildflower, what brought me to this new role, and share some of the things we are doing to right our financial ship. And so I spent the first decade of my career in the business world with operations and then consulting focus before coming into what I joked was the family business of education. And a lot of that work was from a policy perspective at the US Department of Ed and then a couple of think tanks. And a big focus of my work was understanding and the conditions necessary for innovative school models to develop and thrive. And so when the Wildflower Foundation was investing in an application for us to open in DC, I was asked to join, and it has been a thrill to be doing this very difficult and challenging and important work since the fall of 2019. I just want to say I know that some of the financial statistics were stark of things that have happened this year, but I just want to emphasize that we are very small, but we are growing each year. We went from one micro school, which is a house that we purchased in Burrville in Northeast DC when we opened, and had 31 students in the 23-24 school year, up to 45 last year, and 61 on count day this year. But unfortunately, we had some issues with residency verification, and we're at 58 students that we are receiving revenue for. So some of the things we are doing to try to better manage our progress and our operations. Since I started in November in this role, we've gotten our application for the National School Lunch Program over the finish line, which, especially as our percentage of economically disadvantaged students has increased to 41% of our student body, means that we are cautiously optimistic and hopeful that we'll be approved for the community eligibility provision and be funded for all of our students' meals. We got our approval as a Medicaid provider over the finish line before at the end of the year, and we have already gotten approval from 80% of our Medicaid eligible students to authorize us to bill Medicaid on their behalf, and then we can recover some of the revenue for those students and the related services that they receive. And I just also want to emphasize that we know that our enrollment growth is the key to improving our financial performance, and we have been off to a promising start with the recruitment season and preparation for enrollment and trying to avoid any of the issues that we've had before. So we, just in the span of the last few days, we have begun our intent to re-enroll process with our families. We have scheduled a re-enrollment day at the end of March. We have 21 of our 58 students that have already expressed just in the span of a couple of days, that they are planning to re-enroll next year. And we are also seeing evidence of some of the great things that Zani and our other teacher leaders are doing to build awareness of our schools, that we have 17 students that have ranked us #1 in the My School DC lottery, compared to 8 last year at this period of time. And 17 is a very large number, very large percentage of the total seats that we need to fill with new students. And so we are excited about that, but we know that this is maybe mile 5 in a marathon. And so we have a plan this week before the lottery closes to be in touch with every single family that we can, and that has us, ranked that highly, to make sure that we retain that level of interest and support in our schools. We are also putting in a lot of work to prepare for, we worked with Will and his team very closely in recent months to build out our budget projections for the next couple of years. And one of the things that has really proved out to me is our need to be much stronger in our scenario planning with our staff around how we staff our programs. We have this year, we have 25 of our 58 students receiving special education services. So that's 43% of our students, which for was an exceptionally high rate. And that has also involved a number of students with requiring very significant levels of services that had not been in a school setting before. And we were able to, by partnering, and Zani will talk to this a little bit, partnering very closely with families from enrollment through the summer to recognize the needs that these students were going to have, respond to them quickly, and develop and approve IEPs for those students before Thanksgiving. And so that's 4 IEPs that we were able to finish for students new to us and new to school by Thanksgiving. So we take the financial challenges we have very seriously. And there's just one other thing that I want to mention of how being small can have such a big impact. When we were building, having a renovation project for the Riverseed School, we were on an incredibly tight timeline from being approved by PCSB in April, at which point we were able to receive our loan from OSSI and close on the real estate transaction and begin construction. But to open in August of the same year of 2022. And over that summer, DC Water mishandled the application to run piping to the main in the street so that we could have a sprinkler system added to this 100-year-old house. So in order to get a certificate of occupancy to actually open our school on time, we had to pay to have fire watch. So people sitting, watching all day, every day for months. It cost us $300,000 that we obviously had not budgeted for. That $300,000 is equivalent to current year about 45 days of cash. So we are so small that those kinds of hiccups have a really big impact. And so we are trying to be laser focused to prevent those and hopefully have some of those on the positive side that can bring us towards stability and prepared for future growth. So I'll turn it to Sandra to speak a little bit more about the board's engagement in these efforts.
Good evening, everyone. It is very, very late. Hello, board member Stanley Beatty, a very good friend. So it's very late, but I will, one of the things that I definitely want to emphasize is the experience of the Finance Committee. Obviously, I have many, many years, and I'm not going to even go into the number of years of banking experience. One of our other Finance Committee members was a former Chief Operating Officer for a charter, and we also have a former board treasurer on our Finance Committee as well. We understand and practice responsible financial management. The board has worked very hard to support our teacher leaders, which is a very unique scenario for most schools in understanding the budgeting process. We stress the importance of scenario planning and expense containment and budget management and an ongoing process of developing our teacher leaders as a part of not just the academics, but they are, business leaders for their schools. So we have a parent teacher, we have a parent board member that's leading our development committee, and we raised over $8,000 in individual donations in the past school year. We try and manage our expenses to build the reserves necessary to weather any unforeseen expenses and challenges as Neil just indicated, the least little thing really can throw us off because we have such small enrollment. And so, managing expenses and making sure that we can build the reserves. Obviously, that $300,000 that we spent on Firewatch would have been a part of our reserves if we didn't have to have that going on for months. We have support from our funders as we grow, but we need to get stable and secure a consistent stream of funding. And so we're working very closely with all of our supporters. We're working very closely with those that are providing grants so that we can get a consistent stream of funding to support the school. In order to open the two schools that we have, we raised $1.5 million to launch the schools initially. So we own our outcomes, both positive and negative. We believe in shared responsibility. We are every day, we're nimble. So being small is a good thing that we can be nimble, but we have to emphasize, really input controls on a regular basis in order to make sure that some of the things that have happened don't happen again. And hence, that's one of the reasons why we made mid-year a change in our leadership. And so I'm going to turn this over to one of our amazing teacher leaders, Ms. DeLilly, who has, thank you for hanging in there. It's late, but let's hear about our wonderful students and the work that you all do.
All right, good evening, everyone. I'm smiling. I know it's late, but I love talking about, I'm very, very proud of what we're doing at the Riverseed School, and I'm happy to share with you, just paint a little bit of a picture of the student and family experiences that we have at Riverseed and also at Blue Montessori. So Riverseed, as you all know, we are a teacher-led school. So when a parent, whenever they have a question, they're talking to me not only as a school leader, but also as a person who's working directly with their child. This is extremely powerful. Many times I have colleagues and we talk about, we're not only in the weeds doing the daily work, but we're also able to make the decisions. And this is very impactful for our students. I remember actually some of you when we came to you during the approval process, and I remember one of the biggest things that came up was how we were, as a micro school, going to be able to meet the needs of a diverse group of children, especially our children with disabilities. And I'm really here to say, and I'm so proud of it, that what was positioned as one of our biggest challenges actually has proven to be one of our biggest successes as a micro school. Because we're so small and intimate, there is no game of telephone. In a micro school, there is no room for anyone to fall under the radar. We're truly able to lean into designing by the margins. We can respond very quickly to individual students' needs. And our model, again, because we're small and intimate, is to talk and engage with families very early, right now, like during the recruitment process. So for example, Neil talked a little bit earlier about how we had 4 children that were completely brand new to school this year that due to the fact that we were intentionally building relationships from recruitment up until the beginning of the school year through home visits, through phone calls, through school welcome visits and direct conversations before they even started school, that these children that came in needing a high level of support, they were all able to have IEPs by November. For me, I've been in the education system for around 20 years, and this is a huge accomplishment because we know that with those IEPs, children are actually able to get support. I've worked in other programs where children may have languished for months, right, before they've been able to get the support that they need. So all of those things really, truly allow us to partner with families early and support our children proactively. So that's a little bit about one of my personal, successes about special education, but we've also have very strong partnerships that support our entire program. We are in the midst of a 3-year relationship with Outteach. They provided us with an outdoor classroom, and they're providing us with ongoing professional development for 4 of our teachers to really bring to life our vision for outdoor education for our children in Ward 7 and Ward 8. And we all know how important that is, particularly in our part of the city. My coworker, the co-founder of the Riverseed School, she led a program with DPR, the Harriet Tubman Stargazers Academy, and they want her to come back. And we're also talking to them about other ways for us to partner with DPR to support our students. Again, since we're so small, our community is very tight-knit. As an example, in 18 hours, our families, they raised $500 to send us on a field trip in the midst of the storm that we had, just to make sure that our children were able to get what they need. I think, Neil, you talked a little bit about some of our stats, but there is a high level of support for us, particularly for our Ward 7 and Ward 8 families. At Riverseed, we have about 68% of our families are coming from Ward 7 and Ward 8, and at Blue, that number is 72. So all of those things to say that Riverseed, I really truly, in 20 years, I have never seen the types of results at other schools that I have at Riverseed. And I really do believe it's because of our model and because we're so close to this work. And I'm just here just to share. I know that there are some issues that we have to work through, but I truly, I'm requesting you and just to understand that we're here doing a really great job and we're doing really important work, and that our schools definitely deserve to have continued investment in us.
Thank you all so much. And with that, we are open to any of your questions.
Board members, questions? The proposed plan has been the subject of discussions between the finance committee, our finance team, and the school. So this has been given a lot of consideration. Board Member Marino.
Thank you so much, Vice Chair Sandman, and thank you to the Wildflower team. I'm sorry that it is 11:15 at night that we are having this conversation, but I know it speaks to the seriousness with which each of you take all of this work and with that each of us take it as well. I want to just zoom in for a minute to sort of the moment of crisis that precipitated the changes you described and the work that you've been digging in on with our team. So in late June and early July last year, you nearly missed your payroll obligations. And your latest budget projections through this June reflect only 29 days of cash on hand. So can you talk really specifically beyond the leadership changes and the other things that you've described, really specifically about the steps you are taking to make sure that you can meet all of your FY26 obligations, particularly payroll, but really give us the picture of what are you doing to manage cash in an incredibly tight period where it may take a long time or more time to yield the gains you're describing around the enrollment changes, for example, next year.
Yeah, and I'm happy to dig in on some of that. So the most immediate cause of the crisis over the summer was that we did not complete the diligence process to close a loan from a Wildflower Foundation affiliated revolving loan fund before fiscal year end. So that closed on July 9th, I think the date might have been, rather than the in the 20s of June that we expected it to. And that was what led to that close call that happened.
You were planning to borrow money from Wildflower Foundation and have cash in hand by June 30, and instead it came 10 days later?
Yes.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
So that was, just like $220,000 that to arrive. And one of the things that happened last fiscal year that got us into some of the straits is that being so small, our staffing is a little bit lumpy in that when we opened our second site, we were, it is hard to fill up a pre-K class for pre-K and K was our second facility. And so we had targeted an enrollment of 20 students, and we did not hit that in year one. But we did not have the flexibility to adjust staffing just to ensure that we had coverage through breaks and lunch, and we're able to provide special education services throughout the day. And so that put us in a bit, made last year very challenging. So the challenge, the cash emergency over the summer happened, and then our wrap up of enrollment season, and when the board started on the process of making the change that we did, we recognized that while we grew from 45 students last year, we did not grow at the rate that we had planned, and we recognized the need for immediate action to get a handle on our expenses. One of the things that we came to discover as we jumped in on the rebudgeting process with Mike and Will and the team at PCSB is that while we missed our budgeted enrollment and the contingents, even missed the contingency that we had created, we had this significant increase in special education enrollment, as well as the new students that we identified this year. And so our revenue, while we missed by enrollment by much more than 10%, our revenue was under 10% in terms of the effect that it was going to have. And so we worked very hard to adjust our staffing as much as we could through the fall to serve that 43% of our students that receive special education services. And then there have been a couple of kickers that hit later on, and I learned after I started that there were 3 students who returning students whose residency verification did not pass muster, and they were enrolled with us on count day, but subsequently one family moved and one got into a different program, and they departed, and we were never able to get additional documentation from them. And we learned right at the end of the year by the holidays that it was about another $70,000 of revenue that was in our budget and was in what we had resubmitted to PCSB that was not happening. And so it has been things like that I'm working as hard as we can to respond to and to prepare for. My work with the team is very much on looking back to what's happened and what we need to report on have happened last year, what we're doing this year to see better results, both academically and financially, and then planning for next year so that we are in a better place in terms of enrollment and staffing and being more financially sustainable, as we come into our charter review and looking forward. So.
And what concretely does monitoring look like between now and June 30 in terms of cash flow?
I mean, so we have monthly finance committee meetings. I have, so we are small but mighty. So it is me, and we have an operations central staffer and someone who supports our special education work, and then we work with ed ops. And so I'm on on the phone and Zooms with ed ops a couple of times a week, and with the board, for those meetings every month. Everything over $5,000 is going to second signature from a board member, and every payment I see, and I had to approve anything over $1,000, and had definitely taken a scrub to some of the projections that we had that were not quite lining up, and so that is a huge part of my day-to-day.
Thank you.
Treasurer Stanley Beatty.
Thank you, Vice Chair Salmon. And thank you to the Wildflower team. You all are in a bit of a delicate position here. You are severely financially challenged and you are small. And so I appreciate Board Member Marino's question specifically about payroll and sort of what resulted or what caused that. You all also took a loss in fiscal year 2025, a big loss. How did that happen? How did that happen? And sort of how are you looking at that from a control perspective? Because I'm concerned. Specifically, even your auditor made a statement in your audit that they were concerned about your ability to be an ongoing concern.
Mm-hmm.
So how did that happen in terms of the loss? And I'm not sure I understand how you all plan to level set. And hello, Sandra.
Neil, you want to start and then I'll jump in?
Sure. One, I understand the seriousness of the situation that we're in, and that was a part of the reason for the change. When I was acting as board chair, why we made the change and why I have stepped into this role, because I believe so deeply in what we're doing, and that we needed tighter, process management and systems in place that we did not yet have. So, last year, a very large part of our miss was enrollment driven in the 24-25 school year. And we opened the Blue Montessori, our second site, and with a small number of staff members. We had 4 people and we're planning for 20 students, and we only had 14. And we could not adjust staffing in that sense at that scale. We also had, in our very short timeline to get into that facility, we had an issue with the HVAC system that was not in the working order that we were led to believe, and so we had to spend, $7,500 or $8,000 on spot coolers at the end of the kind of second summer in October and November that happened, and so that happened. There was also challenges that had happened from our first construction project at the Riverseed School, and some change orders that had that we as a board were not fully aware of, and we ended up having a debt to settle to close those change orders that we had not budgeted for, and so that was a cash outlay last year as well, and so those were some of the drivers behind the decisions that we made, and so Yeah. Sanja, you want to
Yeah.
jump in?
Yeah, I think really our focus has to be on enrollment and retention. I mean, and that's really the bottom line. It's tough to, while we do have all sorts of expense controls in place, we're going to, we're always, like I said, we are nimble. So if we need to cut, if we need to, fundraise, we're able to do those things. But the bottom line is that in order to avoid some of these issues from happening and having such an impact, we have to be diligent all year long about enrollment and retention. I mean, that is really the key. There is no other answer because the expenses are small to begin with. And of course, things are going to happen. We recognize that. And the other piece is that we need to build up our reserves so that things like this, if they do occur, it's not such a hit to the bottom line.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it, Sandra. The issue is
Mm-hmm.
yeah, so the FCAP as a tool, um, when it works, and that is the goal here, is that it will work and it will, assist
Yes.
you all in sort of returning back to financial solvency. Um, but it is sort of an acknowledgement of a financial instability, right? And so I understand what you're saying about the fundraising. I guess the what you're explaining about your nimbleness and sort of how that works to your advantage, to me, doesn't translate to where you sit today. But that's just sort of what I'm looking at. Let me shift. Will, I have a couple questions for you, and then I'll go back to the LEA. So in terms of the FCAT metrics, how do we develop those specifically for LEAs? And how do we sort of have our underlying confidence that those metrics are the right ones and that they will return the LEA to financial stability?
Yeah, thanks, Treasurer. And our Director of School Finance, Mike Dayok, is on the line as well. And so I'll start off and then he may kind of fill in some blanks as well. And in particular, he's worked closely with DC Wildflower. So, when in our oversight practices, as we learn of these financial concerns, and in the case of DC Wildflower, we began escalating our scrutiny and monitoring process after they, through the last year, the last calendar year while they were on the monitoring list. So when we get to the timeline of the FCAP and we're working out what the metrics are, we are trying to find the sweet spot of what are reasonable goals over time for a school to, to move back into solvency. And so we start off with asking the school to share reasonable but conservative budgets. In the case of DC Wildflower, we asked for several out-year budgets. So we were looking at their projections for 27 and 28 as well, which is, with our traditional monitoring system, we're often just looking at 1 year ahead. And so with the school, we're looking out several years beyond. And then we consider reasonable assumptions about unforeseen circumstances. And so we take that into account as well. So that we can help plot a path that we believe will be reasonable. And so we start with their conservative budget and then take into consideration the size of the school and the kind of the environment that they're in to identify what we think is reasonable. And as you can imagine, there's not a cookie cutter response for all schools on FCAP. They're very personalized. Each FCAP is met with a lot of analysis, a lot of collaboration between the school finance team and with the schools team themselves to determine what's right. And the schools are asked to make hard choices immediately, as we've talked about before, and as I've shared here, as we begin the due diligence period, building towards an FCAP, the additional scrutiny and expectations increases immediately. We don't wait for the FCAP to be in place to start that additional conversation. So
that helps. And so you mentioned that the metrics that you set are reasonable. I would also want you to highlight and confirm that you you believe they're achievable as well.
Yeah, that's right. That's
And you're
correct.
having conversations in your process, you're having conversations with the LEA about achievable metrics and steps that they can take, or you're interrogating the path to get there.
Yep. I mean, I think that you might call it a philosophy, treasurer, is that we're working with the school. At the end of the day, it is the vote of the board, you all, and the work of the staff, us, that makes this final decision about what goes into the FCAP. But we believe that if we do that collaboratively and work with the school, we can work together to find achievable metrics that can then inevitably lead to stability too. We want them to be successful after the FCAP as well, and the FCAP builds towards that slowly but surely. So we work together with the school and in the expectation and hopes that we can agree to terms that build towards that sustainability and achievability, even though we technically have the final decision in the matter.
I flagged the note that you all put in the FCAP specifically about what came out of the audit and the auditor questioning whether or not they could be a continuing ongoing concern, which is concerning.
Yeah.
When did you all get that audit, and what was your response to that commentary from the auditor?
So we received the audits from our schools in December. So that would have been December of 25. We, at this time, the school finance team was already meeting on a biweekly basis with DC Wildflower. So our conversations with the school had already begun, and that scrutiny happened there. I welcome Mike to jump in particular to offer any more details about that specific conversations post the audit.
Yeah, sure. Good evening, board members and DC Wildflower team. As we engaged with the school and interrogated their budgeting, there were multiple iterations until things kind of settled down. We were also mindful of what the auditor said, and what the auditor said was just reinforcing what we already knew. And in fact, the auditor did not issue a modified opinion, which says, you're insolvent, whatever. They cautioned the reader. It's a warning, essentially. It's not to be glossed over, but the fact is that they didn't conclude that the school was insolvent, and they didn't adjust the carrying value of the assets down because of that. Notwithstanding that, we conducted an economic viability assessment. We started that process, but to get there, we needed these budgets. We looked at their balance sheet, their current performance. We spent a lot of time on looking at their enrollment, grade progression rates, past experience, the fact that they've expanded, adding a grade each year. And we challenged all these assumptions, multiple iterations. Neil's probably tired of my face, but we
love you, Mike, but a little bit.
But we got there. We got to a point where we concluded that the school is economically viable through at least the school year 27. Okay, so beyond the school year 26 into 27. Obviously, if we couldn't get that far, we would have had a different path. So this is where we ended up.
And you're saying, go ahead, Will.
Go ahead, treasurer.
Mike, so you're saying that you've concluded that they're economically viable, notwithstanding the FCAP, or
That is correct.
The FCAP.
Yeah, no, the fact that there's an FCAP and we're not moving to revoke the charter suggests, and I'm just naming that they're economically viable.
Thank you
for
naming that.
And I was just going to respond to say, as you know, when the audit was done, that was as of 6:30, and due to the fact that the funds that we anticipated coming in prior to end of year, that's what led to that the going concern in the audit. And obviously, Carissa, I'm sure you know that being a banker, going concern almost had my hair standing on end and turning white. So,
Yeah, I don't want to minimize it, Sandra. I mean, I
yeah,
understand what
exactly.
Mike is saying is that they didn't automatically say that you were insolvent. That would have been a catastrophe, right?
Hmm.
This was a step shy of that. So let's be clear. They
Yes.
didn't determine that you weren't insolvent. They didn't, tell you to write off your assets. That would have been a catastrophe. They stopped just short of that. And they said they don't know if you're an ongoing concern. But we're on the same page.
Okay. Hmm.
Let me ask you this. You all have read the FCAP, you've read the metrics.
Yes.
Do you understand the metrics?
Yes.
And you have a
Yes.
path to the metrics.
Yes.
Okay. Very good. That's all I have.
Okay.
Board Member Yan.
Thank you, Vice Chair Simon. My question's for Will and the PCSB staff. I think I've been struck through this conversation even more so by just because Wildflower is a micro school, how quickly very unexpected expenses can swing financials drastically. Like the example they gave of someone having to be on fire watch, or if you enroll a student who's at a level 4 IEP, that expenditure can drastically change things very quickly. Can you all just speak to what our ongoing engagement, the informal engagement will look like with the Wildflower team under this FCAP, so that if and when these things come up, we like what our reaction will look like, how we'll be able to support? Because I worry that even as we take structural systemic steps towards improvement, something unexpected can come up and it'll impact Wildflower in a different way than it would a larger school.
Yeah, Board Member Yan, it's a great question. I think it's timely to understand it in this specific example. So I can step back to just high level on our just traditional oversight. So traditionally, schools report their finances to us on a quarterly basis, and as oversight increases, as financial distress increases for a school, many of our schools on the monitoring list report their finances to us on a monthly basis. In the case of DC Wildflower, the informal stuff, monitoring that you're talking about, our team meets in person or meets over Zoom or a call with Neil and his team twice a month, and we review those financials, and that gives us the ability to require answers from the school quickly. They don't wait till the next quarter to reflect some sort of change that they're making. We will, be supportive, as we help the school think through challenges that they will face. The team has already got a practice of like probing or the school finance team has a practice of probing where flexibility may be, so that they can be, preparing for further rainy days. We are also looking for, and Neil tonight has already identified several operational changes, things that, whatever happened in the past doesn't need to continue happening, right? And so things like the data errors for the enrollment, things like that make a meaningful difference for DC Wildflower. So we're in connection. We'll be in connection with DC Wildflower twice a month for the duration of the FCAP. And as a reminder, the FCAP lasts through December of 28. And that our hope is that tail end of the FCAP, they've got their sea legs under them, and we'll have a pulse on them with them throughout the term of the FCAP.
Okay, that's very helpful. And I think my push for us is kind of in these informal settings to recognize the unique maybe threshold of pressure testing, given just the small number of students and small budget that we're talking about. That's something that maybe wouldn't rise to the occasion for another LEA. It's worth us digging into and just making sure we're all on the same page about the impact.
Yeah.
That's all for me.
Are there any further questions? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
I move to I move to approve the financial corrective action plan for DC Wildflower Public Charter School.
I second.
Secretary Adamafanian, would you please call the roll?
Vice Chair Sandman,
I vote aye, and I have a proxy from Leah Crucy voting aye.
Treasurer Stanley Beatty,
Aye.
Board Member Yan,
Aye.
Board Member Marino,
Aye.
Board Member Williams,
Aye.
and I am an aye as well, Vice Chairman.
The motion is approved. Thank you, Wildflower team.
Thank you.
Very much. We appreciate it.
And thank you, Mike and Will, for all your support and work with us.
17 minutes till midnight. We have several more items on the agenda. As we take them up, I'd ask our presenters to be concise. Our next agenda item is we'll be hearing from Hannah Cousineau, Director of School Performance, about opening the school expansion policy for public comment. And Hannah, if you could you tell us what is on what we need to do tonight and what we'll have an opportunity to do in the future at future meetings in terms of discussing this?
Yes, I can, and I can be concise too. So, hello, my name is Hannah Cousineau, and I am a director in the school performance department. Staff asks that the board open proposed revisions, asks you as the board to open proposed revisions to the enrollment ceiling increase policy for public comment. While the board will not discuss the proposed policy tonight, it is important to explain why revising the existing enrollment ceiling increase policy is necessary, including renaming it the school expansion policy. First, the enrollment ceiling policy is outdated. It references the performance management framework, DCPCSB's previous academic accountability system, rather than the Aspire. Second, its scope is too narrow, focusing exclusively on evaluating a school's capacity to increase its seats offered. Third, as the city's school age population declines and city conditions change, DCPCSB must refine its policies to support thoughtful charter sector planning. The proposed school expansion policy aims to increase student access to high-performing schools while encouraging sustainable growth. To achieve this end, staff sets 3 policy revision objectives. First, align the policy with DCPCSB's sector planning approach and the Aspire policy and technical guide so that decisions about growth advance student outcomes, respond to community needs, and sustain a quality, diverse charter sector over time. Second, expand the current policy scope to encompass 3 types of expansion: enrollment ceiling increases, grade served, and campus replications, in order to make DCPCSB decision-making more transparent and cohesive for school leaders and community members. And third, establish clear and rigorous standards for evaluating past performance, leadership capacities, and expansion plans, those factors critical for successful growth. It is also important to recognize the proposed school expansion policy as a part of DCPCSB's suite of sector planning policies and guidance. This suite includes the proposed school reorganization policy and the charter application guidelines. Together, these policies and guidance provide the framework for responsible charter sector growth and consolidation. Members of the public may submit comment on the proposed school expansion policy after this meeting through April 26th. In early April, we will hold a roundtable with other experts on the proposed policy, just as we did for the school reorganization policy. We will then hold a public hearing on the proposed policy on April 27th. The board is slated to vote on both the school reorganization and the school expansion policies at the May 18th meeting. We look forward to discussing the proposed school expansion policy with you in April and to receiving public comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions? Keeping in mind that there will be multiple up. Thank you. I'll entertain a motion.
Yes, Vice Chair Salmon, I move to open the school expansion policy for public comment.
I'll second.
That's a lot of seconds. Go ahead.
Secretary Adamafanian, would you please call the roll?
Absolutely. Vice Chair Salmon,
I vote aye, and I hold a proxy from Leah Cruzy voting aye.
Treasurer Stanley Beatty,
Aye.
Board Member Yan,
Aye.
Board Member Marino,
Aye.
Board Member Williams.
Aye.
I am an aye as well, Vice Chair.
The motion passes. Thank you, Hannah.
Thank you, Hannah.
For our next agenda item, I yield the floor to Treasurer Carissa Stanley Beatty.
And I yield it to Will Henderson.
They like to call me Will Concise Henderson here at PCSB. So each month we do a monthly report, and so I'm here to share the school finance monthly report with you all. The finance committee has not met since the January board meeting, but the committee is currently scheduled to meet next April. I'll also note that DCPCSB has not issued any citations of fiscal concern since the January board meeting. I am pleased to share some positive news tonight. Statesman Public Charter School was initially placed on the monitoring list due to instability caused by an expired lease agreement. Following our review of their lease renewal, Statesman successfully addressed the concerns that originally placed the school on the financial monitoring list and transitioned off the list as of February 13th of this year. We want to recognize the LEA for its hard work. This achievement is a direct result of the school's fiscal diligence. It's a significant win for the sector whenever a school demonstrates this level of commitment and responsibility. I'm also pleased to share that this past January, we released our fiscal year 2024 financial analysis report on our website. Transparency and accessibility continues to be a priority for us. So we've accompanied the full report with a dedicated blog post on our website. The post outlines the FAR objectives and scope while working through the most important takeaways from this past FAR. And you can find the link on our webpage. Thanks for having me this month.
Any questions for Will? Treasurer Stanley Beatty.
Yep, I just have one. Will, thank you for bringing up the 2024 FAR. When will the 2025 FAR? What's the time at?
So we've talked about this in a couple of places, and I think we've noted it in elsewhere, but the FAR was later than it hoped this year, and so we are in the process of we have reworked how we are approaching the FAR work, and we are working with our LEAs. That's a combination of our analysis with additional observations and feedback from our schools directly. So while I do not have a date to share with you right here at this moment, we do anticipate that the FAR for FY25 will be released at a much earlier timeline than it has over the last couple of years. And so we will be pleased to do that and get that to the public and to you all at a more timely season this year.
Thank you. That's it for me, Vice Chair Salmon.
Any other questions for Will? Thank you, Will, for your report. Next, we'll vote on the consent calendar. Would any board member like to remove an item from the calendar for further discussion or state a recusal for the record? Hearing none, I'll now entertain a motion on the consent calendar.
I move to approve all items on the consent calendar.
Is there a second? Secretary Adamafanian, would you please call the roll?
Vice Chair Sandman.
I'm an aye, and I hold a proxy from Leah Cruzy voting aye.
Treasurer Stanley Beatty.
Aye.
Board Member Yan.
Aye.
Board Member Marino.
Aye.
Board Member Williams.
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well, Vice Chair.
Thank you. Consent agenda is approved. The board is reading several items into the record: the summary of charter school procurement contracts, the subsequent financial update memos for the schools that we discussed for review tonight, and updated terms of probation for Shining Stars Public Charter School. Is there any new business? I'll now entertain a motion to adjourn.
I move to adjourn the February 23rd, 2026 board meeting.
Second.
Secretary Adamafanian, would you please call the roll?
With most glee. Vice Chair Sandman,
I vote aye, and I have a proxy from Leah Cruzy voting aye.
Treasurer Stanley Beatty,
Aye.
Board Member Yan,
Aye.
Board Member Marino,
Aye.
Board Member Williams, and I am an enthusiastic aye.
We are adjourned while it's still February 23rd. Thank you all.
Good night.
Good night, y'all.
Night.
Bye.
Everyone.